Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Council Chambers on this beautiful October 26th day. As you notice, outside it was about 6-7 degrees outside, and we have rain right now. So what a difference from a week ago where we had snow. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have two council meetings that we're going to take care of. One is the organization meeting, and one is the regular council meeting. So first of all is the organization meeting. This is done every year to set the dates and times of our council meetings and to make some appointments. Members of council, Deputy Mayor, if I can have you make the motion, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I move adoption of the agenda. I move that Town Council adopt the organizational council meeting agenda as presented.
Thank you, Councilor Bennett. Deputy Mayor, we'll call the question. All in favor? All right. So move on to number 3 is the appointment and the swearing of the next Deputy Mayor, which is Councillor Laurie. If I can have a motion, please. Councillor Meyer.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council appoint Councillor Justin Laurie as Deputy Chief Elected Official for the term of October 26, 2020 to February 28, 2021, or until the appointment of the next Deputy Chief Elected Official.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Meyer. So again, Councillor Bennett, thank you for your time as Deputy Mayor. Appreciate you stepping in for me in a few roles. Councillor Laurie, it looks like you'll be busy for 4 months for you. Okay, I call the question. All in favor? Okay, and then we have to perform the official swearing in, so. Bear with us for a second. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Councillor Justin Laurie. I, Councillor Justin Laurie. Swear that I will diligently. Faithfully and to the best of my ability. Execute according to law. The office of Deputy Mayor for the town of Stony for the province of Alberta. So, okay, moving on to our agenda is number 4, which is council meeting schedule. Administration.
Your Worship, I believe the dates are in front of you, and we would just recommend that Council approve these as per the procedural bylaw requirements.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Pletchko for the motion, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council approved the 2020-2021 council meeting schedule as presented with all governance and priorities in regular council meetings beginning at 6 p.m. at the Town Office Council Chambers at 4905 51st Ave, Stony Plain, Alberta, and the corporate plan meetings beginning at 4:30 p.m. at the Town Office Council Chambers at 4905 51st Ave, Stony Plain, Alberta.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Pletchko. Any questions or comments regarding the motion? Councillor Bennett, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is in regards to the location of our meetings. It seems to me in these days and times that being that specific about where the council meeting is going to happen is kind of risky. Do you think that we should have something in there that says or virtual meetings as needed? Just something to specify that that if we need to, we can have our meetings virtually and eliminate the process of deciding and eliminate it being so specific.
Right. Administration want to provide comment?
The procedural bylaw does allow us to hold the meeting virtually if that becomes how council wants to hold the meeting, and we would notify the public as those decisions are made by council.
Yes, thank you. And that's happened quite a few times this year already. Okay. Any other questions and comments? Seeing none, I have a question maybe to administration and maybe to members of council. I know currently all our governance and regular council meetings start at 6 p.m. Is there an appetite for residents or staff and council members to start those meetings at 5 instead of 6? Is there anybody who has time conflict with starting at 5 versus 6? Okay, seeing none, administration, can we make that happen?
Yeah, Your Worship, certainly, you mean a motion to change, you mean that it says 6, I believe that's what was read into the,
I'm pretty sure Council Pledgeville didn't make any eye contact with me, so it'll be a friendly.
sorry, Your Worship, I didn't catch that, but,
Council Pledgeville made the motion and he will amend his own motion to say 5 o'clock.
yeah, so, yeah, starting at 5 o'clock, I think if you allow a little comment, Your Worship, from my perspective, you know, the move to the virtual setting, the full, broadcast, so to speak, on YouTube does open up a lot more accessibility. Time may not be as much a factor as it has in the past. Now that everybody's available to watch either live or the recorded versions, I just put that into the dialogue, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Laurie? Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and although I don't necessarily disagree with the premise, I would have preferred that we had a little bit of discussion on this before it being brought up at the organizational meeting. I think of challenges as obviously our meeting starting at 5 o'clock is one thing, but we also have pre-meetings and CAO briefings, et cetera, that can happen. So I would have preferred a little bit more dialogue before this, but I too would be inclined. I mean, I'm not a fan of our meetings going incredibly late, so I would be more inclined to agree with it, but I think there probably could be some good dialogue discussion around this, maybe even at our strategic planning session for the following year. And I wouldn't be opposed to actually having our meetings during the daytime rather than still in the evening, but I'll just throw that in.
Okay. Okay, any other comments? Okay, so Councilor Laurie, or currently Deputy Mayor, just mentioned that maybe he wants to have this conversation at strat planning or another time before we make this a permanent or to change an org meeting. Councilor Pledgeville, you had the motion on the floor. Currently, you have moved it to 5 o'clock. I think. Do you want to leave it at 5 or do you want to move it back to 6?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm happy to leave it at 5, but I tend to agree with Deputy Mayor Laurie that it's time to have a conversation about maybe moving these meetings to daytime, maybe moving these to earlier times as well. So I'm happy to move it to 5 o'clock for now, but I would like to see that at our next meetings as well.
Yes, sounds good. That would be a good conversation. Councilor Loy.
Yes, Your Worship, which then leads us to point 2. It says, disregard. I erred.
Okay, see no more hands up. I'll call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Moving on to number 5, which is the council appointments to agencies, boards, and commissions. Members of council, you've had a chance to look over the appointments. There is just one note to correct, and that is with the Regional Transit Services Commission. Deputy Mayor has made me aware that throughout the transition into the full services commission, that they're no longer allowing alternates. So Councillor Maddie's name will be stricken from the alternate list. Okay. Does anybody see any conflicting times and meetings that they cannot attend because sometimes those commissions and boards are on the same dates? Councilor Bennett?
Mr. Mayor, I don't see a problem with that, but I just wanted to bring to your attention that the Yellowhead Regional Library Board does allow alternates, and there's usually been one for that position. It's only on the executive committee of that board that there is no alternate that are municipality cannot appoint someone to go to the executive meetings. But other than that, if it were a board meeting, there does need to be an alternate. In fact, I know Councillor Myers filled in for me a couple times on that board.
Okay. Then I just have a quick question for you, because we had this conversation before, is if the Yellowhead Regional Library Board allows alternates, but the Stony Plain Public Library Board does not allow alternates. We had that discussion because I believe that there should be alternates on both boards. But then you, I believe you educated us and say that the Stony Plain Library Board is not allowed to have alternates, but the Yellowhead Library Board is allowed to have alternates. So what is the difference? They both fall under the Libraries Act?
It is a difference between a regional board and a municipal library board, Mr. Mayor. Don't ask me the reason why. That's just the way it is.
Okay.
Maybe you could move Councillor Matties to that, since she was taken off alternate of the Regional Transit Service Commission. Just a suggestion, Mr. Mayor.
Right. Okay, so if we need a counselor there, so I would actually put yourself back on there, as you have the knowledge of what's happening back there.
Okay.
For the time being.
As an alternate then?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Has staff captured that? Okay. Any errors, changes, omissions that we need to do on the organization appointments? Okay. See none, I'll call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Moving on to number 6 is the appointment of citizens at large to our boards. Administration, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. So again, this is an annual item that comes before you. All of these recommendations are coming from the individual boards to council. There are still a few vacancies which we are recruiting for, but these have all been interviewed and are coming forth as recommendation for council to appoint tonight.
Okay, thank you. Actually, just looking at my notes, did I ask for a motion on 5.1? Can you double check that?
I think we may have missed it, Your
Okay,
Worship.
thank you. We'll move back to 5.1.
We do need the motion.
Yes. Councilor Loy, go ahead.
Yes, Your Worship. The town council appoint members of council to agencies, boards, and commissions as presented, and request administration to send a letter to each agency, board, and commission confirming the appointments.
Okay.
I do have one question, though. We did make an amendment to
Yeah,
it.
Councilor Loy, so you'll change that not from as presented, but as amended.
As amended, yes, Your Worship. Thank you.
Okay. That's it. I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Move a little too fast. So 6.1. There is a list. As administration said, they did interviews, and this is what they've come up with. Councillor Matties with the motion, please.
The town council approve and appoint the following individuals to fill the various citizens.
Okay.
Sorry, do you want me to read the whole thing?
Just as presented is good.
As presented.
Thank you. Thank you. And before I call the vote, just wanted to make sure that I want to recognize the individuals that have sat on our boards and commissions that have kind of finished their term, and we thank them for their service to our community. Deputy Mayor?
Just a question in regards to Family and Community Support Services Board. I know one of the members of one of the vacancies is the Parkland County member that sits on that board. I'm just wondering if, as a part of our agreement with Parkland County, we've ever considered giving them an option to weigh in on their appointee representative that would sit on that board.
So have a member of their council?
No, not a member of their council. So there is one of the public members by the bylaw is to be a resident of Parkland County, because Parkland County obviously pays a portion of FCSS and receives services for their residents. So my question is have we ever considered giving Parkland County the opportunity to weigh in on who that public resident would be to represent them on that board?
I don't know that question. Maybe the representative of FCSS? I believe there's two members of Parkland County.
There's allowed up to 2. I believe currently there's only 1.
Councillor Mannings?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, there is one right now, and I can definitely go back and ask the board as to why that is. But right now, they were very satisfied with the process and selecting one individual.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Comments? Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay. Thank you very much. And that is adjourned. So that ends our organization council meetings. Okay, members of council, we'll move on to our regular council meeting for October 26th. I'll give you a couple of seconds to pull that up. Administration, is there anything to add to the agenda?
Your worship, not at this time, officially.
Okay. With that in there, Deputy Mayor, I need you to make a motion to accept the agenda, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Town Council adopt the October 26, 2020 regular council meeting agenda as presented.
Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Moving on to the public input session. This is the time that we allow residents to talk to council about anything that's not on the current agenda. And today I believe that we do have a couple individuals that have submitted their names. So welcome to council chambers. There's 2 seats in front, and if you can speak directly into the mics and kind of introduce yourself to council, and then go ahead when you're ready.
Sorry, I just got a little more information. Okay. Hi, I'm Stephanie Pomedley. I'm representing the St. Matthew's Lutheran Christian Academy's Parent Advisory Committee.
And I am Melanie Loynes, and I am with the SML's PAC.
Welcome to Chambers.
Thank you. We have come with concerns on the T intersection of 51st Street and 54th Avenue. We have, in the past, I understand there's been other members from school or the church building committee that have approached to request a crosswalk be put in. And we're just requesting again, if it can be, because we have concerns when there's so many children that seem to want to cross the road there because their parents park along 51st. Okay. And it's a quick way for them to cross, but of course, because there's no marked crossway, vehicles are just going, and it's a very dangerous area.
And even with parents walking with their children, cars still aren't stopping. So it's not just kids running out between vehicles, it's adults that are almost being hit as well.
Okay. Yes, thank you for that. Maybe I'll throw it over to administration. I think we have been working with the SML to find some solutions for parking and other issues out there. So, administration, anything to comment on?
Yeah, Your Worship. You know, over a number of years, as the student population at SML has increased, we've seen you know, a number of concerns brought forward, and both on part of the community and the school community, as well as local residents, about parking in the general area. I think in the past, you know, I mean, our staff, our peace officer staff, and some of our engineering staff, I believe, have been in contact with SML to, you know, try to work things through, so on and so forth. So there has been an ongoing dialogue for quite some time. And I'm not sure, frankly, Your Worship, if I could comment as to where that's at, you mean right now or the last 2 weeks kind of thing. But certainly we can look into that and try to re-engage that conversation and dialogue with them.
Okay. Thank you. Any other issues, concerns in that intersection?
Again, it's just more towards the parking, signage. There's some that's a little confusing for some of the parents. In particular, just in the front of the school, the no parking sign that has the time, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. on it. It has arrows pointing both ways. However, there's actual marked parking stalls in the one direction. So it is confusing for some of the parents. As well, there's a handicap stall right there too. It's been kind of ongoing, very confusing. Like, we try our best to encourage the parents to just try not to be in the front there, but even for bylaw, I'm sure it's a little bit of a gray area because of the signage.
Sounds good. To the General Manager of Planning?
Sorry?
To the General Manager of Planning?
Oh.
Your Worship, I believe this is an enforcement parking issue that the General Manager of Community and Practical Services has a response for.
Yes, I think it's a little bit of everything, but I think the mention was that there is a no parking sign that points both ways.
Yes.
But then on the one that's going that way, which is east, there's actually a parking stall there.
Yes.
That has been lined out. So I think this is providing some mismatched messages when you say no parking, but yet you have a parking stall right there.
Yes.
And as well as a accessible parking stall there as well.
Yeah.
So that would be kind of a traffic thing, not more enforcement, but in terms of marking.
Your Worship, and I think what's important, I mean, what I've seen in the past when we have these sorts of issues and challenges, and we have them at different school sites, different times, and so on and so forth. I mean, ultimately, it seems like the best resolution comes is when our peace officers become active with the school community, liaise with our own internal staff, whether it's engineering, as you've mentioned, on design or signs and so on and so forth. But, I mean, it's really a community safety issue, and we can only be there at certain times and so on. And, I mean, a good active dialogue with the community council, if there's one in place, and the principal and the families and so on, tends to end up with the best result when there's some buy-in. And then, Your Worship, and the rest of council, the other thing that tends to happen is that, I mean, as kids grow up and families turn over, so to speak, we end up having to do it, I mean, at least every few years as kids move out of the school and different families come into the school. And I think that's probably the best course of action, just to, excuse me, sort of reignite that process and dialogue. Again, respectfully to Your Worship, in this particular site, I mean, residents feel that challenge as well at certain times of the day. And, there's some site-specific challenges we have at SML as well.
Okay, thank you. So will you be working with the administration at SML, or our staff will be?
Yeah, typically that effort is led by, I believe, our peace officers out of our CAPS department. They tend to do well when they get in the schools and talk to the kids about, safety and pedestrian safety, because there's also some of this is just pedestrian safety and good common sense. And sometimes when we can educate the children, so to speak, they can, help to educate parents from time to time. One of the biggest challenges I've seen over the years on this sort of a topic is that, I don't want to say unfairly, but, oftentimes it's the same people in that school that are maybe driving a little without the caution that's required in the area. And, we're all part and parcel, and that's one specific community, school community that, has to all be actively engaged in the safety of the area as it goes on. And that one is specifically challenging, more so than some of the other ones. So, I would recommend, I guess, that our CAPS department reach out again and maybe engage that sort of broader school community over there and work on it and see where we go and keep that going over the course of the school year.
Thank you. Anything else to add, ladies?
I just wanted to add that as the parent committee, we have on numerous occasions, let the parents know that they need to be aware of the parking situation, that they should be parking in legal areas, or that they could park further down by the Perk building or even in the church parking lot, but parents want to be close. And a lot of them really think that the front door is the place to go, where this sign is a very confusing sign for them.
Okay. Okay, sounds good. So any questions of clarity from members of council? Councillor Bennett, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that one thing we haven't talked about here is that it's not just the parents, it's the other traffic also that don't realize. So they might not be parking in just the right spot, the other traffic, but they are whizzing by. And I've always found that, well, it's been a small school. And so I've always found that, you know, even the school zone signs, I've always had to think, okay, this is a school zone. So it's an education for the rest of the public also, not just the parents and not just the parking issues. Everyone needs to be aware that that's a tricky location, and we've received many, many concerns about people not stopping at that stop sign. So that is all a factor that needs to be taken into consideration. I'm wondering, Mr. Mayor, is a motion needed to develop something that CAPS has in their hands to work with?
I think CAPS has all the tools already in their toolkit to work on this. They just need to have understanding of what the actual issues are, and that is working with the Parent Advisory Committee and Pastor Mark.
Okay.
Okay, but you make a good comment there, Councillor Bennett. As you've noticed, the town Stony Plain has been slowly going through and kind of making crosswalks and stop signs more high vis. Has that area been attended to already, and high vis stripping added to the crosswalks and the school zone signs? Okay, if it's not, then that'll be coming. If you drive through the community, we are slowly, as part of our commitment to public safety, that has been happening.
Okay. No,
We just know that we've been talking about getting or requesting a crosswalk there, as far as we know, has been an ongoing concern and comments.
Okay. So you can expect to see that coming as well. So wherever crosswalks there are there, or the school zone signs, there'll be more of a high vis strip on them, so that's easier for drivers to see as well.
Okay.
Councilor Meyer?
Worship, I just, to add a few comments, to hit on what Councillor Bennett was also talking about, just looking forward into the future as we look to develop that area, we can probably expect that road to handle more volume, especially with the library also going in there. So just a comment to administration, you know, like I think that this might be an issue that is coming to an head that might be a little bit different than years past. But I also want to add something that we had discussed prior to this meeting about St. Matthew's being a private school and their busing. They do, their students, I believe, get charged a little bit more, which might also add to the amount of parents who elect to drive their students or their children instead of put them on a bus. So we might also have a slightly higher volume count there of parents, which might also be part of adding to this problem.
I was gonna say, yeah, we don't seem to get a discount for busing. We get charged the full amount. So example, a mom of 3, I'm paying $1,000 per child for busing. So I have $3,000 in busing fees a year. So I elect to drive my children because that's a big chunk of change on top of school fees and everything else going on.
Yeah, for sure. Any other questions of clarity and understanding?
Okay.
Thank you very much, ladies, for bringing the concerns to our attention. And as I mentioned, our staff will be either in contact with you to just understand the full ramifications of what you're looking for. And then they will, again, apply the process to evaluate what needs to be done. And it might change and it might not change based on the evaluations of traffic flows and et cetera.
Okay, okay.
Thank you, everybody, for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Administration, has anybody sent anything else in for a public input session?
No, Your Worship, not for public input. I believe we have the Stony Plain Legion here.
Okay, so before we go to the next item, which is presentations, we have to follow, adhere to COVID-19 regulations. So our staff will clean and sanitize the presentation desk. And as people may be watching and members of the public, wondering part why we are wearing masks today. And today, with the updated numbers of COVID-19, Stony Plain hit 11 cases, which put us into the watch list area. And the bylaw that council passed in August 24th, I believe, we tied that to the trigger. So if we're ever placed on the Alberta Health watch list, then the mandatory masks for indoor areas, public indoor areas kick in. So administration, can you speak to that, please?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. We can make a few comments, and I will be asking our General Manager of CAPS, also our Director of Emergency Management, to do so shortly. Your Worship, as you mentioned, we were put under a watch designation late this afternoon. And although we don't have a presentation to make this evening, we just thought we'd take advantage of the opportunity that council's here. We're live broadcasting and you know, to share some of the information about going forward with that bylaw in action. So just with that opening, I'll ask our General Manager and Director of Emergency Management to provide a verbal update.
Your Worship, members of council. So at 4:30 this afternoon, Alberta Health Services provided us with a phone call to communicate and confirm that Stony Plain was under a watch, as our cases rose from 3 active cases over the weekend to 11 today. Counts in the region, just for information, 38 active counts in Spruce Grove, and 30 in Parkland County. So all 3 of us had a rise over the weekend. Generally speaking, there has been commentary in the media and through Dr. Hinshaw's office with respect to the recent Thanksgiving weekend and the 2-week lull from that particular weekend to see some numbers rising. So we have seen a sharp increase in Alberta over the last recent weeks. This weekend was average of 400 people, active cases per day, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So certainly seeing a sharp incline in cases in Alberta, and particularly in the larger metropolitan regions. So we have been placed under a watch. Our number could go down tomorrow, it might not, but might go up again. However, as you said, Mr. Mayor, 14 days after the watch has been removed from Alberta Health Services, we still continue with the bylaw. And mandatory masks are now required in all public spaces in the town of Stony Plain, so that would be all businesses, any place that a public member could attend. So back of house, so where staff may go in and have lunch and public can't attend, masks are not required. However, they're recommended by Dr. Hinshaw and her group, as they've seen a large incline. So they're hoping that people will take the necessary precautions in wearing a mask when they can't maintain the 2 meter distancing from people. Also, developments that happened today, as you know, we're in an enhanced zone right now in the Edmonton Metro region with in Stony Plain, voluntary, wearing masks in all work settings when you're not at your own desk, limiting your cohorts to no more than 3. One of them would be your family, so that would provide you with 2 others. The 2 others cannot be of the same type, i.e. you can't be on 2 sports teams and call that 2 cohorts. The other is reducing your gathering sizes down to 15, no more than 15. Those are voluntary in Stony Plain and outside of the Edmonton region. Currently, and today, they made it mandatory that gatherings of no more than 15 were mandatory in Edmonton. The other two are still remain voluntary in Edmonton at this moment. I would suspect if cases continue to climb, they might go from a voluntary to a mandatory in the coming days or weeks. Tomorrow morning, information's going out tonight to the public. There will be harder communications going out tomorrow morning. We have developed a lot of print information for businesses so that if they need signs, they can go onto our webpage, download a PDF sign, and put it in their windows if they deem it identifies our bylaw, and it has some pretty basic pictures that certainly illustrate and communicate that we do have a mask bylaw in place in Stony Plain. Our electronic signs and other ways of reaching out to the community will also be updated, and our social media messaging will be very full of this type of messaging over the coming days to ensure, plus press releases going out to the media, assuming the media will also grab onto this information this evening and probably will hit the press first thing in the morning. So very good communications plan related to this. We're prepared should this day arise, and it has. So I believe we're well suited and well prepared to get this communication out to the community and protect our community from that perspective.
Thank you for the update. Members of council, any questions of clarity and understanding to that? Councilor Bennett, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is about enforcement. I believe that when we passed the bylaw, we did not have fines or anything like that as part of the bylaw. So how will this new mandatory face coverings be enforced?
Actually, there is a fine attached to that.
Is there?
Yes.
Okay.
Your worship, through to Councillor Bennett, and you're correct, there is a $100 fine because it's a bylaw that we've approved. Our community peace officers can enforce this bylaw. The public health orders, which are different than a bylaw, our peace officers were not enabled to do that. So that was an RCMP or a police force. City police would be able to enact the social gathering or distancing health measures. Our peace officers are not permitted to do so.
And will we be enforcing it, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Your worship, through to Councillor Bennett, certainly we'll be using our typical enforcement mandates, which would be the officers would go and assess the situation and levy the violation as appropriate. So our bylaw also does have exemptions for not wearing masks. So we would have to go to each one of the complaints, and we would have to assess the facts of the complaint and then go from that time.
Thank you. Any questions of clarity? Go ahead, Councillor Matthews.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have one question. I wasn't clear with regards to Spruce Grove if they have a mandatory 15 gathering. No?
Your worship, through to Councillor Matthews, no, it's voluntary at this point.
Voluntary, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Sina, thank you much for the update. Moving on to number 4 is our presentations and delegations, and today we are joined by our honorary guests from the Stony Plain Legion. So. Welcome. Again, the mics are there for you to go ahead. Just introduce yourself, and you go ahead, Andrew.
Your Worship and the Council, my name is Andrew Bankovich. I'm the Poppy Chair for the Branch 256 Stony Plain. Unfortunately, my compatriot can't come in light of the new bylaw that we just heard about. He didn't have a mask with him, so he won't be able to come into the chamber.
So we do have some single-use masks just at the counter there, so we'll get him one.
Oh, okay, you do have some masks? Okay, perfect.
Yes, I'm sorry, as mentioned by our administrative staff, we got the call at 4:30.
Yeah.
And because our bylaw was tied and triggered to the watch list, and once we're on that watch list, the bylaw automatically kicks in. So that's why we're just saying that there's going to be a formal process to educate and send out the information, but our bylaw has kicked in,
It's a state of flux, and that's what we live in, so
100%. And we'll just wait until you're,
appreciate that.
yes, I know, the Legion has now opened up again. How is that going?
It's doing quite well. It's limited hours still. It's only on Friday and on Saturday. We do have burger nights on Friday till it gets too cold. But you know, it's been a gradual restart. But it's good to get sort of back to what we have been doing.
All right, that's good. Welcome to Chambers.
Thank you, sir.
Do you want to introduce yourself to council?
My name's Darren Pappas. I'm president of 256 Stony Legion.
And congratulations on the new role.
Thank you.
Go ahead with the, once you guys, just want to first of all thank you much for your work and your service to our community and to our country. The Poppy Fund has been going on for quite a few years now, and it goes a long way to support servicemen and women and their families, so please speak about it to us.
Right, the Poppy campaign is a very important part of our donations gathering. The sole purpose of this is to assist veterans and their families, and our CMP and their families.
Okay, Darren, I'm just going to ask you to stop for a second. Because we're YouTube and live fed, you need to actually speak directly into the mic, and it picks it up, and then everybody gets to hear it. When you turn your face, we're not getting the feed to the residents and the people that are watching online.
Okay, sorry. The Poppy campaign is very important to us to help support veterans, our CMP, and their families. It's none of it goes into any other coffer or any other form of donations. It is solely for that purpose. And we would like to thank the Stony Plain Council for, I think, what is an excellent working relationship. And especially to the community of Stony Plain and the surrounding areas, your support to our Legion is commendable. Last year, we'd raised over $30,000. And for a community this size, that is absolutely phenomenal. And there were veterans that came forward that did need that money. So I'd like to thank the council and the Stony Plain community for the continued support of our Legion. And we would love to help support the community as much as we can, given the current situations. And this year, our Poppy campaign, I don't know if you had explained it this year, a little bit different.
Well, it'll be, yeah, there won't be a public ceremony, but there will be a very limited access ceremony at the hall at the Legion, and it will be quite a relatively low-key affair than what we've had in the past. But that's what we have to live with now. So.
Right. Thank you very much. And now, Councillor Bennett. Go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to personally express my appreciation for the Legion and the support they're giving to the Meridian Housing Foundation with our new affordable housing project, Folkestone Manor. As you know, Mr. Mayor, we've worked with the Legion to accommodate to accommodate at least 6 veterans to the new affordable housing project, and they have pledged to help us raise money in order to subsidize that housing. So it has been a very good team effort between the Legion and between the Meridian Housing Foundation. So again, I'd like to thank the Legion for that support. I was able to attend one of their check presentations a few months ago, and it was incredible, the amount of money that they give out to all different kinds of community organizations. And with their support and their financial contribution, it is a very good organization to deal with. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for that. Any other members of council want to make a comment? Or Councillor Meyer, go ahead.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, gentlemen, for your service. But my wife did mention this week that apparently you guys aren't accepting cash and that all donations, this is just what she told me, that all donations were to be made. Is that correct?
No.
Oh, okay.
Cash is fine.
Sorry?
Cash is fine.
Oh, cash, okay.
In fact, we don't have any mechanism to accept debit or credit.
Oh, well, I'm glad I got that cleared up.
But what they're mentioning for that is a trial right now, so there's very limited of these fast cash machines being distributed across the nation, and they're just going to see how that's going to work.
Okay.
We were not a recipient of that.
All right, thank you.
Sounds good. Any other comments? No. On behalf of our residents and the town council and our administrative staff, thank you very much for the work that you guys do in the community, and thank you for your service to our country and your service to the Legion of the Branch 256. I know it's a lot of work to keep the Legion going. We definitely appreciate it, and we thank you for providing council with the first poppies of the season.
Shall we place poppies in?
Yes, actually, if you can place the poppies on the desk for everybody, then if you can, I just ask you to stand there and we'll take a picture. Thank you, Darren.
Thank you.
And we'll just make sure we just distance yourself. Actually, I can go down.
Did he stab himself? Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much, Ms.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that ends our number 4 for presentations and delegations. Move on to number 5, which is statutory public hearings. We do not have nothing listed. Moving on to number 6, which is the RCM of October 13th. Members of council. Any errors or omissions? No, I did not see any today. Councillor Bennett for the motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move the town council approve the town council meeting minutes as presented from October 13th, 2020.
Thank you. I'll call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Moving on to number 7, which is council boards, commissions, committee minutes. Councillor Meyer, please.
Yes, Your Worship, the town council received the council boards and committee meeting minutes for information.
Thank you. Members of council, any questions of understanding clarity to the members and to the minutes? See none. What is it? I had one. Just a second. Yes, number 7.2, which is the TLC minutes. I just have to find the page. I believe Councillor Laurie is at that meeting. So Councilor Laurie, there was a motion. Should have wrote it down somewhere. It was regarding the public members of Stony Plain and Spruce Grove. And in the minutes, it just referenced interview process for a Stony Plain member, but nothing about the Parkland County member. Okay, here it is, I found it. So it's on page 25, Councilor Laurie. If you can turn to that, please. Under 4.4 is the Stony Plain Public Member Selection Committee. It does state that the GM presented information regarding vacancies to the Board of Directors. They need to select public members for Stony Plain and Parkland County, but yet the motion is only for Stony Plain public member. So
Yes.
Was there no Parkland County member?
Your worship, that was selected at the following meeting.
Pardon?
That was selected at the following meeting. Only the Stony Plain committee was struck at this meeting. The following meeting, the Parkland County recruitment committee was selected.
Okay, so that's the next meeting, so come up.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Mattis?
Thank you, Your Worship. I do have a question with regards to the TLC. Just wondering if the memberships and usage of the facility, if there's any change that you're seeing in that as COVID increases or the second wave.
Councilor, can you answer that, or can you?
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe we're just briefly entering into what would be classified as the second wave. I know Councilor Meyer attended the last meeting for me, as I was unable to make it. However, there's been no information passed along and presented that the Tri-Leisure is seeing less membership. In fact, most of the information that I've received is that the Tri-Leisure is getting busier by the day, as it has now been back open for a significant period of time and people have become a little bit more comfortable. As council would be aware from the presentation from the general manager not too long ago, the TLC does have a mandatory mask policy that was in place before the City of Spruce Grove's bylaw was actually enacted, which now that their bylaw is enacted just follows suit with that. So they're also moving forward with additional cleaning precautions, et cetera, to help ensure that there's limited potential for spread within the facility.
Thank you. Any other questions for those 2 minutes? Okay, see none. So thank you, Councilor Meyer, for making the motion. I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay. And that ends that. We'll move on to 8, which is 8.1, the bylaws on the PLC firefighter bylaw. Okay. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. I would just like to declare that there would be potential for conflict of interest with this item, as I am currently a paid-on-call firefighter with the town of Stony Plain, so I will be stepping out of the room for this discussion.
Thank you. That is granted. Councilor Pleshko?
Yes, thank you, Worship. I would also indicate the same and be recused from this meeting.
Thank you very much. You're excused. Okay, members of council, moving to 8.1, administration. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll try to get through this without having to drink too much water to keep my voice straight. And again, too, now that we're getting into more of the matters at hand, I'll try to speak up, but if council's unable to hear me or something due to the mask, just wave a hand or let me know to maybe be a little bit louder. Your Worship, in front of you at this point in time is a bylaw 2639, PLC firefighter bylaw is the short name for it. It stems from some concerns and challenges brought forward in the fire hall. The first part of the written report, Your Worship, kind of summarizes the set of resolutions and direction that council has provided going back to I believe about June 8th. I'm not going to rehash those, Your Worship, or go too far down into that background, but ultimately council did ask for a bylaw to be presented, and that's what is in front of you this evening. Contained within the written report, you know, I mean, the crux of the matter, frankly, Your Worship, that I believe council needs to be under consideration here is, you know, I mean, the ability of the real and or perceived conflict of interest issues to be dealt with through existing and proposed process, or a clear line to be drawn prohibiting the ability to serve the dual role. That's essentially what's in front of council in this bylaw this evening, Your Worship. A couple things to note, Your Worship, that I believe also included in the report that was circulated is a draft policy that would be put in place should council see fit to defeat the bylaw as it's written, or, Your Worship, to potentially pass the bylaw with a start date, so to speak, of after October of 2021. I believe the effective date is November 1st, and I'll make a few comments about that a little bit later on. But I did want to draw council's attention to the draft policy. So just for clarity for council, should council not see fit to move forward with the bylaw, the implementation of such would revert back to administration. The draft policy that was contained would guide that process, along with some of our other human resource policies and processes that apply across the organization. A couple things for clarity, Your Worship. The bylaw as written has an effective date of October 21st, or October 2021, or after the election is basically how it's set up. Council certainly can change that. The options typically are some date in the future or effective immediately. For it to be effective immediately, Your Worship, I believe I included a potential motion to amend. So if that's clear. Your Worship, too, I mean, I'll make a few more comments and then certainly be open to any questions that council may have on the matter. You know, there's been a number of considerations that have gone through the administrative perspective on this over the course of the last 6 months. Again, fundamentally, I mean, council's being asked to provide direction as you can on the allowance or the non-allowance of elected officials to serve as paid on-call members. And again, the crux of that issue, I believe, to council should be regarding the real and or perceived conflict of interests. And can they be addressed in some other manner? The part of the challenge, I believe, Your Worship, I mean, our fire hall is changing to a degree. We've got a lot of great people over there that put in a lot of time, effort, and care deeply about the roles that they play over there. Just like any other organization, as it evolves and matures, you know, some things come to light and need to be addressed. And part of the challenge, I believe, that got us here was a result of some of the policies and procedures maybe not being crystal clear. But that's speculation, Your Worship. I wouldn't say that's a fact. I would say that's speculation from me as to, I mean, how did we arrive where we are this evening? Regardless of council direction this evening, Your Worship, I think the other thing that council should be aware of is that, excuse me, and it was beginning to take place already, but will be moving further along or quicker, if you want to think about it that way, is as I note in the report, and I made a comment about that extension of our full HR processes and policies into the for lack of a better way of putting it, out into the fire hall. Again, evolution of employment standards and law and so on and so on and so on down the road that way. I mean, the time has come, I believe, too, for the town of Stony Plain to put a further focus on ensuring that standard employment practices are followed, without question. And, Your Worship, I don't mean to imply that they weren't or they are not, but I just mean to imply that as that area evolves and changes, the way it's managed, the processes, the procedures involved have to change as well. Your Worship, I could certainly speak further, but I will stop there and answer any questions that Council may have at this time.
Great. Thank you for the presentation. Members of Council, any questions of clarity and understanding before I accept the motion? Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple questions. I think for me, a big part of the murkiness of what's happened with the fire hall comes down to the MGA and how it's stated in the MGA. The MGA refers mostly to volunteers. And so I would like some clarification, please, on what is the difference between a casual employee, a paid on-call, and what typically would be the definition for a volunteer?
Thank you.
Yeah, Your Worship, I can provide some comment on that. I think frankly, if you're looking for a legal definition, that's a bit of a different story, and I don't know that I could, provide a definition or a qualification that would be expressly legal in its nature. Casual employee, full-time employee, part-time employee, there's typically some things that would bring that to bear or indicate that that's an employment relationship, some form of legal binding relationship between an employer and an individual. Those can be, are you part of a union? Do you have a letter of hire? Do you have any sort of what I would consider, standard employment record or contract or agreement? That would, cross the board from full-time to casual to, full-time, casual, whichever. When you get into the question of, definition of volunteer, typically, I'm not sure what the legal definition, but it would imply that, they're paid a small honorarium or they're donating their time or so on and so forth. That would be, probably the easiest definition I could give on that topic. I'm not sure, Your Worship. I'll stop there just to see if that answers the question or if there's anything further.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure that I got the definition of paid on call.
I think I'll maybe just defer to the general manager if he wants to offer a, semi-definition of paid on call.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Bennett, as it relates to the Stony Plain Fire Department, paid on call would refer to, in a firefighter role, you're on call to respond to an emergency of some nature, and in response to that, the fire department will provide some form of payment. Some departments it's an honorarium, some it's an hourly wage, and I think the term is basically saying that there is an expectation that some remuneration would be provided for going out and responding to a call, an emergency call of nature.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I could continue then.
Sure.
So, way back when I first was elected, we had a truly volunteer fire department as far as I understood at that time. And then in the last few years, I've been hearing the term paid on call. So when did that transition happen? And what was the process that was used from it becoming the term, the term from volunteer to paid on-call?
Okay. So Councilor Bennett, so both volunteer fire department and a paid on-call fire department are volunteers per se. Previously, they were still paid, but they were paid at the end of the year versus paid on-call to paid on a monthly basis. And I think you asked the question, the difference between paid on-call and casual employee. So a casual employee for the town Stony plan is, if we require them to come in, we will ask them to come in, they will come to work. With the paid on-call fire department, if the pager goes and they cannot make it, they do not have to respond. That is the volunteerism part of it. If they were casual employees of the town of Stony Plain, if they were on call, if the pager went, they have to attend. So that's the difference between casual and paid on call.
Okay.
Okay, and so the terminology has been shifting from volunteer to paid on call. There's still volunteer fire department. Now we have a hybrid because we have 5 full-time firefighters, and the rest are paid on call. So I don't know, when the pager goes off, maybe 16 or 20 of them get the page, and the first, I don't know how many get there, but then they go off. Like, you don't have to answer that page if you're not able to. I think that's one of the differences. Maybe administration, when did we start changing that terminology? Like, when did the overall vocabulary change from volunteer to paid on call?
Your worship, I can't answer that question, so we would have to go back and check when the terminology officially, it's been here since I've been here, so it would have happened sometime before 2013.
Okay, any other questions of clarity? Go ahead, Councillor Matties.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is with regards to the comment that our CEO made this evening regarding part of the challenge is that the policies and procedures were not crystal clear for the fire department, the firefighters. I was wondering what specific policies and procedures were you referring to?
Your worship, to Councillor Matties, to the rest of council, you know, if we were to go back in time, there was a level of concern with a number of people in the fire hall, and the manner in which they brought their concerns forward was in a petition, so to speak, that was brought forward to our fire chief and ultimately discussed internally, is one way I guess I would put it. You know, there was some concerns brought forward in different ways prior to that, but what we've been made aware of is that, you know, either, you know, just a misunderstanding as to how to bring specific concerns forward. I mean, what's the process? What isn't the process? Who do I bring them to? Do they go to here? Do they go to there? So on and so forth. You know, it's the general understanding that there is, you know, you know, concerns, I mean, brought forward kind of go through either a chain of command or to, in this case, the fire chief as the unit manager. Then, so I'll stop there and say, you know, I mean, so some of that happened, some of it didn't happen. And that's what I meant by misunderstanding or not, you know, I mean, a lack of a specific process being applied in this particular situation. And then to get a little bit further, you know, I mean, the sort of uncertainty as a paid on call, an employee and therefore subject to the town of Stony Plains full HR policies and processes and so on and so forth. Not entirely clear either, just based on how this was brought forward. Again, Your Worship, I'll stop there and just see if that's the question I was asked or if I was a little bit off there.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. If I may follow up. So basically, it's my understanding that there wasn't anything written down in terms of a policy for the paid-on-call firefighters to know what that process is, so they would not have a reference point to be able to look at what process they would use. Is that correct?
I don't know that I would say that's correct. But I would say, from my understanding and from what I've seen and heard and dialogue about this for quite some time, is that if it wasn't there, if it wasn't, spoken about, if it was there, it just clearly wasn't understood, what should take place or what should not take place. I just say that in that the way the things were brought forward wouldn't be our typical or standard processes. So that leads me to believe that it's not, it wasn't clear or clear enough to those people involved what way to bring matters of concern forward.
Councillor Loy, please.
Yes, I'm going to be taking my mask off when I speak. I find with people with the masks on, it's really muffled. So I'm doing that for us in here, but I'm also doing it, Mr. Mayor, for the people who are at home and have a keen interest in not only this topic, but all topics. And I would encourage, I don't think we're breaking any protocol, are we, by taking the mask off when we speak? Thank you, Your Worship. I have a question. The bylaw says comes into force on November the 1st, 2021. That intrigued me because it's over a year away. I'd like an explanation why, if we pass a bylaw, that it is doesn't come into effect as close to immediately as possible. I just like an explanation on that. I have a second question, or maybe a follow-up to that question, Your Worship.
Sorry, Your Worship, I can, and I'll try without the mask on for a bit to see if that's a little clearer. The proposed or the draft effective date, which again, I would say that council is certainly, like any other time, subject to alter should they see fit. The rationale that I put into that date was, a recognition that the elected officials that are currently on leave, but on the paid on-call service, came into the position on the understanding that it was allowed and that it was an acceptable, way to serve the community in both roles. So the rationale for putting it into the November 1st, 2021 is to acknowledge and appreciate that those two individuals made decisions based on the information that they had at the time. And if council sees fit to change that direction, you certainly have the ability to change that date. But the recommendation, or not the recommendation, the rationale is simply to acknowledge that the two individuals directly affected at this point in time got into that role when it was allowed.
Okay, get used to this here. It's like a trap door on your underwear. Anyway, so the status quo then would remain the same, that the two councillors would be on administrative leave, I gather, if that's the correct term, being paid until the end of this term, but would not be part of the operations of the fire department.
To be clear, should council see fit to not pass the bylaw as presented, so to speak, the decision-making would revert back to administration. Those policies would be in place and would be the guideline, but for lack of a better way of putting it, as the CEO of the organization, I have the authority and the ability to put people on leave, to take them off leave, to frankly hire, fire, dismiss, so on and so on and so on. So what I'm saying is that, should council see fit to not pass the bylaw, it would revert back to the administration, and we would proceed to have dialogues with everybody involved to frankly find out what the best path forward is for everyone. This issue is in front of council because council's role is to ultimately decide yes or no at the highest level of whether it's allowed or whether it isn't. You know,
Okay, I'll stop on that one point at this particular moment. I do have a second point there, or question, that I'd like to bring up, Mr. Mayor, to the CAO.
Okay.
And sir, you did touch on it really in your last thing there. When I looked at the organizational chart for this, for our municipality, I think it does have the citizen at the top, but the next line, an important line, is the mayor and council, or just council. And then underneath that, sir, is yourself with the many pillars, or 4 actual pillars underneath. And then, of course, they branch out. The fire department is in there somewhere. What is your opinion as to the question of a conflict of interest? That if 2 or 3 or 1 paid on call, and then we got to determine those things, volunteer, fire person, runs amok somewhere along the line, and then it becomes the CAO's position to do what they have to do, make the decision. But when you look at the organizational chart, they're above you. And that really, I gave this a lot of thought, and this bothers me. Is that not a potential conflict of interest for all parties concerned? And I'll leave that and wait for an answer, Your Worship.
Thank you, Your Worship, and Councillor Loy. That's a significant question, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to it. I will speak a little bit broadly, though, just to be clear right off the bat. And I do have maybe a few more specific comments as I kind of go through this. I don't know that I need to explain to council or speak much to council about the trials and tribulations of public service and the potential for conflict of interest or perceived conflict of interest. Anybody that serves in the roles that you have or in our senior management roles will often, or maybe not often, but I mean, challenges do come up. They can come up as small as, do I get involved with my child's minor hockey team? Excuse me. Knowing that I also have the ability to approve rink rates or so on and so forth, costs and so on. So, you know, I think each one of us spends most of our working day with the potential to be in a perceived conflict of interest or a real conflict of interest. You know, conflict of interest at its ultimate is an ethical question that typically only one person can answer, and that's the person that's involved. You can have rules, you can have this, that, and the other, but it's really an individual ethical question that to be resolved. Specifically, Your Worship, to Councillor Loy's question about, you know, the odd or the quirk, so to speak, or the challenge of having elected officials as paid on call, so they sort of show up in 2 chunks of the org chart, at the top and some ways, you know, I mean, down near the bottom. You know, in my time, Your Worship, I can only speak for myself, and in my time and my own experience, you know, I mean, typically if things are above board, if people are being honest and being truthful with each other about the challenges, you can get past that sort of stuff. You can work through it, you can bring it up, it's a problem, let's talk about it, let's move along here. So does it present potential challenges? Absolutely. Can they be mitigated? And I won't say specifically this one or any other one, but they can, in that, you know, when that happens often, you know, people step aside, people move over here, you have a conversation about, you know, I mean, you cannot have that dialogue with me, Councillor so-and-so / board member of whatever. And, you know, I mean, over my time in my career, I feel like I've been able to navigate that, you know, reasonably well. So that speaks to the specific. At no point Even with this challenging topic, have I felt that, I've been pressured to act in a certain way, to present a certain type of report, to promote a certain aspect of any of this. So if that speaks to the direct question, I can tell you that that's not been the case over the course of the last 6 months. I think I'll stop there, Your Worship. I'm not sure, again, if I hit all of the questions there or the main question, but.
Okay. We'll come back for debate and other things as well, because it's just questions of clarity to what the presentation was and what the bylaw has been written for us. Councillor Matthews?
Thank you, Your Worship. So I have an example. If we decided to approve this bylaw and we made it effective today as a council, then whose decision was it there to impact these two individuals? Certainly, sorry. So if we had taken, if we take this bylaw and approve it with an effective date today, indicating that they would not then be, if we change, so we change it so that, I'm trying to get so that if they were not able to work paid on call, period. So changed it so that they were not able to do that. Then whose decision is that in terms of impacting these two individuals? It's ours. So it seems to be conflicting as to, if you believe you have accountability to make decisions over two councillors, elected officials, in one capacity, but then if we flipped it around on this side, we would have authority to do that, and that doesn't make sense to me.
Good question, Councillor Matthews. And again, you can see this, the dilemma that we are currently in right now, that we need to discuss and kind of debate as a governance for our council. Any other questions of understanding and clarity before I ask for a question, call the question so that we can actually debate it? Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two. So in our package, we have the bylaw, all the whereases, and it states very clearly what that bylaw entails. Then on page 35, I look at it's AHR 047. So my question is this the policy that we would look at if this bylaw did not pass? Or is this the alternative to that bylaw?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Bennett, yes. Maybe to be clear, or I'll try to be as clear as I can. Should council see fit to pass the bylaw, then the policy becomes moot. There's no reason to have it. It would not exist. Should council see fit to not pass the bylaw, then this policy would kick in. It would kick in on the effective date, whether that would be, immediately or
not.
It would kick in if council chose to make this immediate, or to just not have the bylaw, that it would be in place and it would guide that relationship, if you want to call it that particular and specific employment relationship moving forward.
Thank you. And my second question then is, it seems to me that for me, the real hang-up is this paid on call. Because our firefighters do receive a T4 form, they do receive some of the town benefits. Thank you for your explanation, Mr. Mayor, because that made it a little more clear. I'm wondering what the process would be if we decided that all the firefighters would just be paid on call or casual. I'm sorry, if they would just be casual employees instead of paid on call. what are the ramifications and what would the process look like if we decided to go in that direction?
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Bennett.
Yeah, Your
Town
Worship,
Manager,
I can
GM.
provide some comment on that. So the legal advice that is given by, I mean, I'll say legal advice, is that, as you know, the MGA is pretty clear that you cannot be an employee of the municipality and serve as an elected official. It's clear as a bell. If you were to change the employment designation, so to speak, of whatever, paid on-call volunteer firefighters, you could find yourself without this concern moving forward. And in fact, that's probably been the case in other municipalities in Alberta from time to time. If there's a particular challenge, it's that there still is an allowable MGA clause that says volunteer firefighters are okay. And again, they may have explained this a bit the last time around, but if challenged, the courts would have to rule as to which one of those take precedent. And as of now, that's never been challenged in Alberta. So a lawyer won't be able to tell you definitively that it's interpreted like this. That volunteers are interpreted as paid on calls and therefore you can go forward as such. I'll stop again there, Your Worship, just to see if I'm on track with the question or.
Okay, so Councillor Bennett, so the way to change that will be a structural change. Where I mentioned earlier, what paid on calls come when they get called, if they have the opportunity. To change it to casual means that you'll be on shift for those hours. So if the pager goes off, you have to come. So that might be a process as us growing as a community when we become more streamlined in the fire department, where they become full casual members of our organization and not paid on call. But that won't happen tonight. It was part of the Fire Services Master Plan that we are slowly evolving to. Many years back, if we can all recall, we had no paid employees at the fire department. Then we had 1. Then we had 2. Then we had 3. Then we had 4. And now we have 5 full-time employees of the fire department to provide the service levels. The next step is then continue to go along that steps. It then is to have more full-time paid firefighters and then again a full-time casual where they actually have to come up for a shift every time that they're called. But that's not the debate tonight. The debate is the bylaw that is before us.
One more question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If this bylaw passes tonight, when is the next time that this bylaw could be looked at? How much time? Is it in 4 years? Is it in 5 years? Could we specify when we wanted this bylaw to come back for more discussion?
Sorry, Your Worship, I'm just flipping a page here. You mean council can always insert a clause as to when it would come back. I noticed this one, we don't have one in there. Typically, we run a 4-year review, I believe, yeah. So we would generally look at everything being renewed over 4 years. The other thing is if something changes, basically 4 years or, administration for one reason or thinks a bylaw needs to come back or council says clearly they want it to come back.
Mm-hmm. Or we as an organization change to change the casual from paid on call to casual. That also then mutes this bylaw if it's passed. Right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's enough questions of clarity and understanding. Want to debate it? Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one question with regards to the farmer's report, who spoke, it talked about the MGA, which you just referred to. And he said the MGA does not prevent counselors from serving on paid-on-call, nor does it place explicit obligation on a municipality to allow it. So can you just clarify our authority to, say, disallow a counselor from working on paid-on-call and having that dual role?
Yeah. Again, Your Worship, through to Councillor Matty. So there's a couple things here that I would point out. So the MGA does allow, or clearly states, that a volunteer firefighter is not, by virtue of their position on the volunteer fire department, in a pecuniary or, pecuniary interest. So, essentially, it says it can happen. I believe if the question is where does the authority come from, or does council have the authority to disallow that from happening? Again, in dialogue with our solicitor, and you'll notice in the whereas statements of the bylaw, section 3, section 7, section 8, I won't quote them directly, but those are the broad sections of the MGA that say, again, not quoting it directly, but council has the ability to act in the best interest of the community, for the safety, for the residents, and so on and so on and so on. So what our solicitor has said is that, council, does have the authority to make this decision based on those clauses. The caveat I will put on that is that it's an odd one. And the solicitors will also tell you that, the province could close these loopholes pretty quickly if they chose, but they haven't. It's been like this for quite some time. There's never been something that's been challenged for a judge to rule on, because essentially, if council wants to go a little bit further, if you want me to go a little bit further, in this particular aspect, it's a subsection or a clear section of the MGA that says something can happen, and the broad sections of the MGA saying that allowing the council to disregard, so to speak, that direct clause. And that's the judicial murky middle of this particular issue at this particular time.
Can I just one more?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. One last question I have is with regards to the leave of absence. If council wish to extend that leave of absence till the end of this term, would we be able to do that, and how would we do that?
I don't know that council would be able to do that directly. Again, once you get into, the MGA answer would be, council has the ability to, as one employee that they work with or discipline or, so on and so on and so forth. For council to direct a leave of absence for what would be paid on call / volunteer that far down into the organization, I don't think would be within the realm of authority. I think it would contravene the ability for the council to act only with the CAO. That would be my interpretation of it. But as I said earlier, should council see fit to not pass the bylaw, then that policy in front of you would be kicking into place, as well as a dialogue with everybody involved as to what's the best path forward for every individual and for the organization as a whole, and the fire hall specifically. And then, that decision would be made, and we would roll it out, so to speak.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's enough questions and answers and clarity that we can move on to an adoption of maybe the first reading so we can debate it. Moving on to number 8.1, so we're looking at first reading. If I can have a motion Where are we? Councilor Loy, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council give first reading to POC Firefighter Bylaw 2639/G/20, a bylaw to prohibit councillors from serving as paid on-call firefighters with the Town of Stony Plain Fire Department.
Thank you very much, Councilor Loy. Hey, members of council, so the bylaws proposed in front of you is to prohibit elected officials from serving on as volunteer paid on-call firefighters. And let's direct our debate and comments to that. Any hands up? Councilor Bennett, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hope that it's been made very clear so far how serious this council is taking this issue, and how much thought has gone into, first of all, making that motion, and second of all, the debate that will happen tonight. I'm going to refer to page 30 of 99 in our package. It's the background information. And I believe administration had some questions for council to consider at that point. The questions were, I'm looking at it's the first paragraph. So, no, it isn't, it's in the middle. It says, for consideration. So the question is, involves the weighing of two basic questions. Can real and/or perceived conflict of interest issues be dealt with through existing and proposed process, or is a clear line to be drawn prohibiting the ability to serve both roles required? And the second question is, further, as no clear attempt to mitigate the real and/or perceived concern has been undertaken, can council be certain that a specific policy-based approach is unable to mitigate the issue? I've given a lot of thought to that, and the answer that I have is that no. I cannot be certain that a specific policy-based approach is able to mitigate the issue. I think it's gone beyond the point of a policy such as the one that's stated in our package tonight, which I agree is a very good policy that probably should have been in place at the beginning of this council term. But as of right now, I don't see how a policy will rectify this situation. I think it's gone above and beyond that. I don't think that what has happened in the past and a process is a clear line from those roles being separate. I think that this has become a very emotional issue. I think that that it's been inflamed. And in my opinion, when things get too complicated, and the fact is that the MGA, that whole thing, it's too murky. There's no clear cut, yes you can, no you can't. And everything is okay as long as it's all going along smoothly, as it has in the past. But when things flare up and issues are brought here to this table, to this council, then decisions have to be made. And in my opinion, the best way to deal with this situation as it is right now is to pass this bylaw to prohibit counselors from serving as paid on-call firefighters. I think that will lessen the anxiety and the tension that has surrounded this whole process for a time. I may suggest an amendment to this that would state that we will look at this bylaw again in 1 year once a new council has been elected. And I would also propose that the date change to be immediate and not in November 1st, 2021. So I would say it would be as of third reading. Those are the two amendments that I would propose, but I won't do it officially until I hear from my other councilors. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. And I have some similar thoughts, but some different thoughts, but I'll wait until we'll get some comments first before making. Go ahead, Councillor Matthews.
Thank you, Your Worship. There's so much to discuss tonight, and we do need to have a full conversation and discussion about this. So 2 things that I looked at, the Code of Conduct going back to March 26, 2018. So that was the original Code of Conduct that was for elected officials. And I read through that. I also read through the new Code of Conduct just to do a comparison. Plus, I also went and looked at the Employee Code of Conduct. And just to give you a quick little summary for information, the original Code of Conduct, the one I'm going to refer to right now, the 2583, that was in 2018, that was 11 pages. It's been revised this year to a 7-page document to summarize, and I think it's more concise and more effective the way it is today. The Code of Conduct for an employee in the town of Stony Plain is about 2 pages long. So there's obvious reasons why when there's an elected official involved that there's certainly more detail with regards to the Code of Conduct and the information that's in that. Now, when I looked at two clauses on page 3 of 11 on the Code of Conduct, which is the 2583, under Code of Conduct Behavior, which is 4-1. So 4-1-10 says, to avoid situations where it may be perceived that an elected official is using a position on council to gain personal benefit. So that's one clause that I looked at when I was reviewing things. The second one was Code of Conduct Actions, which is 4-2-1-1, where it referred to the appropriate forum for debate and discussion on matters before council or board is a council board meeting. Now, when we look at the situation that we're being presented with, we're looking at specific actions that were carried out that were either perceived or real in conflict of these things. So the question that I'm looking at in terms of my own mind is where is the repercussion for the actions that were taken? Because there was a code of conduct in place, and there was certainly a perceived, if not real, violation of that code of conduct. So when I look at this bylaw that we have in front of us, this one basically prohibiting councillors, it basically is describing something to allow 2 individuals to continue to work the way it stands till the end of their council term, and then prohibits councillors thereafter. It doesn't provide a solution, and so I'm concerned that it doesn't, the way it is addressed at this point, doesn't resolve it. So again, I'm more supporting along the lines of what Councillor Bennett said, that if this bylaw was the correct bylaw to have and to put in force for the town of Stony Plain, it would be an effective date immediately, not at the end of this council term. So that would be the one thing. But I'm asking myself the question, is this the right time for us to be considering this bylaw? Because now we have, and I've got three components to this, because when you look at the reason that one would make a decision, you're making a decision in a timely fashion to try to resolve a situation. And I believe the CAO was correct in his comment that we do not have, or we have not given a process, policy, protocol a sufficient opportunity to work within the fire department. So if there was proper protocol and procedure, would we have come to this situation today? But the problem, as Councillor Bennett had mentioned, is that now we have a situation where if two individuals go back, it's a hornet's nest right now. It's a big challenge. Whereas if a policy to code of conduct and in terms of conflict resolution was put in place, then individuals could manage to do that over, say, a period of the rest of this term, upon which at the end of this, they say the third quarter, we could consider this bylaw at that time. So, but that would require this leave of absence to continue on longer than it is today.
Okay. So, you know what, ladies and gentlemen, again, if you read the bylaw is what is written out there. There's no individual's names attached to it. Does not have to do with anything that's happened. It is us moving forward as a community. Is this a good bylaw for us as a community to move forward? We're over 18,000 people. In a few years, we'll be 20,000. And at some point in the next few years, we'll transition from a paid on-call service to a casual service, which all ends the whole dilemma of should we allow councillors or elected officials to volunteer on the fire department. As mentioned many times already, the MGA is clear that a councillor is disqualified from sitting on council if they become employees of the municipality. So if they receive remuneration from the committee. However, on section 170, a councillor does not have peculiar interest by reason of interest only, right, by being appointed as a volunteer chief or other volunteer officers of a fire department or ambulance service or emergency measures organization or other volunteer organizations or service. By reason of remuneration received by a volunteer member of any of those volunteer organizations or service. So the MGA says if you get paid by the municipality, it disqualifies you from sitting on council. But the MGA with 170 says if you sit on as a paid on call or volunteer fire department, that allows you to sit on council. Do you see the dilemma we are here? It says you can't, but it also says you can. So as a community, going forward, what is the best for our community? And I believe this is the proper bylaw for us to approve. And I will make some changes to what I see here. But reading the background information, when these two individuals of council members that ran for council, they knew what the playing field was. They spoke to the fire chief, they spoke to the members, the brothers and sisters of the fire department. They were given the green light to go ahead. Right? Things change. After these two individuals were elected, and I was elected as mayor, I did have a chat with the chief. That was fine. I talked to the individuals, and they said they also had the comments. I reached out to the mayors of the Northern Alberta Reeves and Mayors Caucus, as well as the Mid-Sized City Mayors Caucus, and as well as the AUMA Mayors Caucus that I sit to. I sent an email out to all of them. And none of the mayors had issues with it, because it is allowed. In our region alone, we have Mayor John Stewart. He is a paid-on-call firefighter with Beaumont. We have Mayor Tyre Graham in Wetaskiwin, and he is a paid-on-call fire department. So there's other municipalities that allow this. The MGA allows this, right? But for us to move forward and transition as a community, there is, and there always will be, some cloudy, murky waters. As elected officials, we are held to a higher standard. We need to make those choices ourselves. But if that's not happening and we have some issues, then we as a governance body need to put that in place. This bylaw will make that happen. Okay? I agree with it starting in November 1st of 2021, because the current members of council ran under the same terms and conditions that it was allowed. I think, as Councillor Matty's asked the question of leave of absence, I believe it is our duty as a council to add that to this motion, to provide that clarity and direction to our staff. So it does allow our staff the time to put in the bylaw, allows the current members to deal with and resolve issues that are there. So I would like to see that, I'd like to add actually a motion to that. So previous Deputy Mayor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not quite reading your mind here. So I'll put forward the motion that I want to put forward and see how far that goes. Actually, I'm wondering if my motion could be a friendly amendment. Councillor Loy made the motion. So I move.
Okay, well, Councillor Bennett, you made some comments and you were not willing and at that time to make an amendment. I made some comments. I passed you the chair because I want to make an amendment. So you will now have to assume the chair.
You just want me to assume the chair?
Yes.
Okay,
as the previous deputy mayor, because the current deputy mayor is not in chambers, I pass you the chair.
Okay, got it.
Okay. So, Madam Chair, so I would like to add that this is good, and at the fact that the current elected officials serving as paid on calls be put on administrative leave till the end of term.
Is that your only amendment?
Yes.
Okay, I accept that amendment. And that's the only amendment you had?
Yep. Well, that's one that I like to add to this so that we can debate.
Okay. So this is open now for debate?
No, I'm adding this to part of this.
So read it the way that you would like it to read, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, sorry, that's, okay, can we get that typed out?
Your Worship, if I may here, I just wanted to make sure we're clear, and I appreciate that, Madam Chair, that, you know, I mean, the conversation or the debate is clear and everyone's sure of what they're debating here. And I'm frankly just working this through in my mind a little bit, like, so what council has on the table for debate is a motion of first reading for a bylaw that has been presented. And, you know, so I'm just going to kind of talk out loud here, Your Worship, and I'm working this through in my head. Like, you know, a motion to change the wording of the bylaw would be in order. It likely would not be friendly. It would need to be debated and passed. So if I could just put it back to the chair, to be in order, you would have to have this inserted, the motion would be to insert this into the bylaw, I believe, or it could be a motion passed separately at the conclusion of the bylaw debate. I think that's the two, I get some head nods from the Corp Services. I think that's the two options here. So again, just for clarity, it would have to be a motion to insert that into the bylaw, or it would just be a standalone motion following any debate of the bylaw. Obviously, it would come into play if the bylaw passed. If the bylaw was defeated, it wouldn't be needed. So I'll just stop there, Your Worship. If that's clear to everybody in the room or to the chair, just want to make sure we're on the same page and everybody is understanding what's happening. So,
Mr. Mayor,
I need for clarity, oh, pardon me. I need for clarity, I believe I made that motion. So then it'd be up to myself to accept that as a friendly.
he is not making the motion as a friendly motion.
Well, he's not making it as a friendly
No,
motion.
he's making it as an added motion or an added part of the bylaw. So it's not a friendly motion. We would have to debate it. We will debate it and then have a vote on the amendment that Mr. Mayor has made.
Okay, I guess that's the procedural way that we have to do it. Then I would have to reserve my questions, Madam Chair, as to the date and these other things that may crop up with the amended motion.
That's
Am
right.
I correct?
That's right.
Right.
So
So,
right
Madam,
now, we have an amended motion on the floor.
so Madam Chair, so as the town manager mentioned that the amendment would have to be inserted into the bylaw, so then I would like to change that so that it is actually part of the bylaw itself, that the current elected officials serving as paid-on-call firefighters are on administrative leave until the end of term.
So that would be on page 33. It would be listed under it would be listed in that bylaw. It wouldn't be part of the motion that we're debating right now. Is that right?
yeah, and I'm just going to allow the corporate services staff to tell me I'm wrong here if I am, but the motion itself, so the motion would read something similar or something akin to that, bylaw 2639 be amended by adding that. And I would pick section just 3.3.0.
3.0, yeah.
3.3.0, yeah.
Is that clear?
That's clear for me.
Is that clear, everyone? So the motion itself doesn't change, except that we have now added 3.30 onto the
Bylaw.
Information part of the bylaw.
And if we're debating that,
We're debating that.
okay, so then the actual date of November 1st, 2021 is not relevant.
Not at this point. We can also amend that later on with another amended motion. All right, is that
We're
clear?
not overcomplicating this. Yeah. Go ahead.
All right, so we're open for, the mayor has made the motion. We've had questions for clarity. And we're ready for, okay, a question for clarity on the amended motion. Councillor Matties.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, so when does 3-3-0 then no longer take effect? Because like, does that just linger in this bylaw? Is there not another way that we could just, I don't know how, because that's not a long-term issue, right? That would be part of that bylaw.
Madam Chair. So again, the bylaw will be in effect. So that means no paid on call firefighters can serve on council.
So the motion is that we prohibit councillors from serving as paid on call firefighters with the town of Stony Plain.
Okay.
But part of that bylaw will be 3.3.0, which says, with the current elected officials currently serving, they will be on a leave of an administrative leave until the end of the current term. At that point, then, this becomes null moving forward. Question for clarity, Councillor Loy?
Madam Chair, but it clearly states this bylaw, even with the addition or without the addition, does not come into effect until November 21st or November 1st of 2021. So if it goes through, it still doesn't come into effect until then. That's the part that baffles me.
Madam Chair, I'd like to answer that. So under this amendment, 3.30 means that they're put on administrative leave, which means they cannot serve.
But, Mr. Mayor, it's forming part of the bylaw that does not take place until November 1st, 2021. So whatever's written in there doesn't kick in until that time.
That's right.
That's what I'm having a hard time getting my head around.
I'm understanding now what Councillor Loy is talking about. So this portion this amendment has no teeth in it unless we change the date first.
Exactly. That is it.
Okay, so here's my issue with that, Madam Chair, because if we make that effective if this gets passed tonight, then that means 3.30 doesn't need to be in there because they can't serve.
100%. That's what I can't get my head around.
Yeah.
And I'm debating now with the mayor when
I
I should
know.
be going to. So see, one of these things is redundant,
Yes.
Right.
in my opinion.
So,
Yes.
Madam Chair, then the reason why I make that amendment to that is because here's an example. As in our community, we have certain bylaws of development. So if somebody starts building a house and they're zoned for a certain thing, so they're allowed to build something, you can't let them build half a house and then change the bylaw and says you can't finish building your house. How is that fair?
Is this a debate now, Mr.
I'm just
Mayor?
providing clarity of what this
We
is.
haven't declared a debate yet.
There's no clarity on this. We're debating whether the date's not changed, does not change, that this cannot come into effect until that date changes, comes into, that's the magic date. And if it comes in at that time, we don't need that 3.30. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I'm going to say that I'm not going to accept this amendment at this time. You can bring it back later in the meeting if you want to. There's no use debating this motion because it won't be in effect unless we change the date. If the bylaw, the way it reads now, is that it comes into force on November 1st, 2021. They will have already served their term. Their term will be over by the time this bylaw comes into effect. If we change the date, then I can entertain accepting this amendment. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm not going to accept your amendment at this time.
Fine. Thank you, Madam Chair. If you can take that and don't take that amendment, then I am making a motion to table this.
Table the amendment or table the whole bylaw?
Table the bylaw until after we deal with the motion that I suggested. If we need some clarity of which steps we're going to take, then if we table this until after we deal with that and vote on that, then we can decide if we should change the dates or not. So you have to call the question on the table.
Is that this evening that we be dealing with this, or at another date?
It is tabled until after this, which is right as soon as the Madam Chair calls the vote to table this, then I'll introduce my motion again. So the motion is to table this bylaw, 8.1, for a few minutes, so I can make a motion, we can debate it, we can vote on it, and then we can come back to it. That is what the tabling motion is. It's not a postponement, not a deferment, not a referring back. It is to table it till after we have that original conversation. As Councilor Loy has mentioned, that we can't figure out which comes first, the chicken or the egg.
Madam Chair, I'm in 8+ years, I've never been down this road. I'm hoping that
I'm asking
that
for
we're doing things in a proper
administration. I'm
fashion.
asking for administration's
Thank you.
help in this.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I think there was an original comment that the proposed amendment that the mayor was putting forward could be done through the bylaw, or it could just be done by resolution at some point after the fact, or what have you. I mean, the effect of a tabling of the bylaw itself, therefore the bylaw is no longer up for debate. So any motion would just be a resolution. It wouldn't be a change to the bylaw. It would just be a motion of council, a resolution of council dealing with this matter. If that makes sense so far.
No.
Well, you can't make an amendment. If you table the bylaw, okay, then you can't make an amendment to the bylaw because it's been tabled. It's no longer on the table for council discussion or debate. At any point, at any time, in theory, a motion can come forward from any member of the duly elected officials for debate or for debate and discussion. So I believe what the mayor is implying is that should the bylaw be tabled, then a motion would be forthcoming based on what we saw on the screen here 10 minutes ago, which council would then therefore debate. The point being is that that would be a motion of council. It would not bind the bylaw, so to speak. It would just be a motion of council at that point in time. I don't know if that's 100% clear, but that's as I understand the situation.
Yes, understood.
So are we debating this bylaw?
Madam Chair, so my motion is to table this until after we debate another recommendation of putting the current elected officials on administrative leave. Okay. That clarifies the situation of what comes first, the chicken or the egg, as Councilor Lowy has kind of said that, well, if the bylaw doesn't come until on November 1st, 2021, well, if that term's over, it doesn't really matter. So I want to be clear in the direction that Council is providing. So I am making a motion to table this until after I make that motion.
Okay. So the motion is to table the bylaw for a short period of time. Table does not mean postpone or taking it off the floor. All right.
Call the question.
I call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed?
Okay.
That carried. So now we will debate the motion that has been...
I will now make the motion to you, Chair.
Right.
If you'd like to accept it.
That's right.
So, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that the Council put the current elected officials currently serving as paid-on-call firefighters on administrative leave till the end of term.
Okay. I'll open the floor for debate on this motion. Councillor Meyer?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I could support this motion. I think it allows, as the mover had originally mentioned, the councillors in question had checked originally at the beginning of the term. This gives them the ability at the end of this term to assess which position they would like to hold. I think it respects their long service.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Yes, Councillor, Councillor Matties.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, or sorry, I guess my comment is, this is with the current elected officials currently serving as paid on-call firefighters stay on administrative leave from the fire service until the current end of term. To clarify that, would that be a friendly amendment?
Sure, thank you very much.
Yes. Is that acceptable, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, that's a friendly, thank you.
We say Stony Plain Fire Service. I don't know whether to split hairs.
No, if they, you don't need to have Stony Plain because they can serve on any fire service besides our community. So if they wanted to volunteer in Wadman, that's all good.
That's what I was thinking. I don't want to box them into everything.
Yeah.
Any other comments? I have one. My problem with this motion is that, yes, our current councillors did check, and it was, the information at that time was that they were able to serve in both capacities. The problem I have with them on administrative leave is the problem that I think that everyone should be aware that when the answer was given, yes, you can serve as a firefighter and on council, there were certain standards that were indicated in both, the mayor says he talked to the fire chief. It's those standards that have been let down. It's those standards that have been brought before us. If somebody was hired for any kind of position and then they didn't fulfill the requirements or the code of conduct that needs to be upheld when you have a job in any capacity, do you still then, you can't fire them? You say, I'll put you on a leave of absence and I'll pay you for a year, even though you did not conduct yourself in the capacity that the job required. That's the problem I have with this, is that it was a broken promise almost, that they could serve in both capacities with a code of conduct in place. Councillor Matties.
Madam Chair, two things. I don't believe they're being paid, are they? And that's the first question. And second question is that in terms of this allows them to, when they're finished, to continue on with fire service, so basically, as opposed to the, it just kind of gives an avenue to do that. But I need clarification. They're not being paid right now, are they?
Administration? And in your interpretation of this, would it be a paid administrative leave?
Currently, I believe the average payments have been accruing or have been paid out. And I don't know if we would continue that. I believe we probably would, if that's what we were
Sorry, we
deciding
what?
to do.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
I believe we would likely go forward with the continued payment.
And this average payment is what?
I honestly don't know off the top of my
Madam
head.
Chair, if we're going to refer to a report that was delivered to council in closed session, then I ask that we go to closed session to discuss that report.
You want to go into, it's so hard to hear. So now we're
Madam Chair,
moving into a closed session at this point.
Madam Chair, since there has been references to a report that was provided to council in a closed session, which means it cannot be brought up or debated in public session, then for us to talk freely about that report, then we need to go into closed session, Madam Chair.
Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor of going into closed session? And that carried. You wanted to,
They have to leave first.
oh yeah, you motion was made to come out of in camera at 8:36. Thank you all for coming back. First of all, I just would like to say that previously statements were made that were not based on the evidence before us. And I apologize for making any innuendos against people serving as counselors and on the fire and as a firefighter. All right, we have a motion on the floor in front of us. Are there any further questions? Seeing.
I too would like to apologize. I was not aware that I was not able to reference a report, and I do apologize for that misunderstanding.
I was referring to a document that has been accepted in closed session and should not have been brought forward. Okay, we have a motion before us. Any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion in front of us? And that carried. Mr. Mayor, I'm going to give the meeting back to you.
Okay. Thank you, previous Deputy Mayor. I assume back to Chair. Now we're going back to the motion that was tabled. That is 8.1, is the paid on-call firefighters bylaw 2369G20. Okay, so Councillor Loy, you had made the motion. We've had the administrative report. Any questions, comments regarding the debate on this? No, just the debate on the bylaw.
Oh, debate, sorry.
Debate, sorry.
I'll just, if I could.
Go ahead, Councillor Meyer.
Thank you, Your Worship. In regards to why I think we should pass this bylaw, I would reference page 33, and this specifically the last 4 whereas statements. Whereas Council desires to ensure the administration of the town of Stony Plain is politically neutral. That's a important and valuable ethic, I guess I would call it. Whereas Council desires to ensure the functioning of Council as the public's oversight body. That too has come into question here, which I hope to resolve. Whereas Council desires to avoid problems for the proper administration of orders and discipline. I think that's obvious. And finally, the whereas Council recognizes, and this is the one I think is important, whereas Council recognizes the difficulties arising from actual and perceived conflicts of interest that would face a paid on-call firefighter in their role as Council. I'm sorry, I'm going to take this off. It's hard to breathe and talk at the same time. I think that one's an important one that we all recognize, and why maybe this decision is such a difficult one, because we have to make it for someone else. But I think this might be one of those glass half fulls that they may come to appreciate us doing and making that decision for them. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments regarding first reading? No. Administration, thank you for the work on this. I will support the motion for first reading. I believe this is a natural progress and step for our community as we continue to evolve and mature as a community. This will, as Councillor Meyer has pointed out, provide some of the oversight that is required in terms of governance. As elected officials, as I mentioned earlier, we are held to a higher standard. Councillor Matty's mentioned that our code of conduct by law is 7 pages long versus the employee code of conduct is only 2. Because as elected officials, we are scrutinized, we are viewed differently, and we carry a bigger voice in the community. And for that, we need to make sure that we are doing the best we can to provide the leadership and the governance for this community. So I will support this bylaw. Councillor Loy, anything to say?
No, Your Worship. I think everything's been said.
Thank you. I'll call the question. All in favor of first reading? Thank you. I need a motion for second reading. Councillor Matties, please.
The town council gives second reading to bylaw 2369/G/20.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments? I'll call the question. All in favor? That is carried. Moving on to unanimous consent. So members of the public and to our council, if a council is to debate all three bylaws readings in one evening, we need unanimous consent of the individuals that are sitting here. So I need a motion for unanimous consent. Councillor Bennett, please.
I move the town council give unanimous consent to consider third reading to bylaw 2369/G/20.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll call the question. All in favor? That is carried. Moving on to the third reading. Councillor Meyer, please.
Yes, thank you, Worship. The town council give third reading to bylaw 2369/G/20.
Okay. Thank you very much. Administration, anything to add?
Nothing further, Your Worship.
Okay. Members of council? Comment? No. Thank you very much. I do. This is going to be a good bylaw for us to move forward in the community, so I look forward to seeing it coming in effect November 1st, 2021. Councillor Meyer, since you made the motion, in closing comments? Okay. I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay. And that is carried. And before we move on to business items, we'll call 10-minute recess. Thank you. Okay, welcome back to council meeting. Moving on to our business items, 9.1, the video lottery terminals. Go ahead, administration.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to ask our General Manager of Strategic Services to present this item.
Your Worship and Council. At the June 8th, 2020 council meeting, on behalf of the Growth and Commerce Committee, our administration made a presentation to council where council then directed us, administration, to review video lottery terminals in the town of Stony Plain by utilizing the public participation policy. In accordance with the town's public participation policy, administration pursued public engagement to gauge the community's temperature on the matter of video lottery terminals. Administration launched a month-long campaign running from July 15th to August 12th with the objective of obtaining public feedback through an online survey. To ensure there was widespread coverage around awareness, it was promoted through the town's social media accounts, the newspaper, town website, digital sign in Rotary Park, and our local radio station. Overall, we received 482 responses. A breakdown of the questions and responses has been attached in the agenda package provided this evening. I will just provide a summary of the results of that survey here. So the first question that was asked within the survey was, are you a resident of Stony Plain? This survey was not restricted to Stony Plain residents, as residents from neighboring communities frequently visit Stony Plain to utilize services and support local businesses. Of those that responded, 424 or 88% of the survey respondents were residents of the town of Stony Plain, while 58 or 12% were not. The second question asked the age range of the respondents. This question was included to best capture the ages of those interested in discussing the VLT reforms in Stony Plain. On the screen is a breakdown of how the various age groups voted. Of note, the ages of 18 to 34 voted in support of VLTs, while 35 plus were not. The third question asked if you were a registered business owner in the community. This demographic question sought to see if there was a correlation between business ownership in the community and thoughts regarding VLT reform. Of the total 482 respondents, 66 or 14% identified themselves as a registered business owner in the town of Stony Plain. Of those 66 business owners, 30 or 45% were in favor of VLTs, while 36 or 55% were not. Finally, the fourth question asked, are you in favor of changes to the VLT restrictions in Stony Plain? The final question was directly focused on whether the respondents were in favor of changes to the VLT restrictions or continuing to have them prohibited in the community. Of the 482 respondents, 214 or 44% were in favor of lifting the restrictions, while 268 or 56% wanted them to remain prohibited. In an additional note, consideration was given for the ability of multiple votes to be submitted from one IP address. Although some families and friends may share the same device, with the duplicates removed and only a single vote counted per IP address, the results of question 4 were as follows. In support of VLTs, 195 or 46%, and not in favor or continuing the prohibition, 232 or 54%. The town's strategic plan is committed to strengthening our business community and engaging with our local businesses to create opportunities for a more prosperous climate. The introduction of VLTs would put Stony Plain on a level playing field with our other regional municipalities by providing further economic opportunity and revenue streams for our local businesses. The Growth and Commerce Committee recommends that Council accept the video lottery terminal report for information and direct administration to take the necessary steps to reinstate video lottery terminals in the town of Stony Plain. Those are my comments with regards to the report, and we'd be happy to answer any questions on behalf of council.
Thank you, Administration. And questions of clarity and understanding? Councillor Lloyd, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And, pardon me, that slide that was just up on the screen, there it was gone. General Manager, if I heard, yes, if I heard you right and I read this particular graph right, it says, are you in favor of VLTs? 56% of the population is not in favor of VLTs. Is that correct?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Loy and all of council, that is correct.
So then 44, because I think what you said, it didn't ring the same way. I had it twisted in my head. Thank you for that clarification. And just one other comment, Your Worship, if I may, and then... Go ahead. Oh, sorry. And I refer to 48 of 99, which shows the age range and stuff like that. And it doesn't surprise me if the first two, 18 to 24, 25 to 34, are in favor of the VLTs. But then when you look at the other 1, 2, 3, 4 categories, it's quite clear that they are not in favor of VLTs. And I find that's a significant number. I don't think the VLTs are going to benefit the shop owners as much as the ones who actually get them, I should say. And lastly, for now, that was a plebiscite of almost 20 years ago that was put out to the people. Now it's decided that we'll, as a council, take a look at it. And that plebiscite was not a close one. It was very indicative of what the population wanted. And I would venture to say that the majority of the population still wants it, that they're not in favor of VLTs. It's two of the youngest generations that are in support of it, and 3% and 18%. The other ones are significant numbers. That's my comments for right now, Your Worship.
Thank you. Any other questions of clarity and understanding? Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not sure if administration would have this information available or not, but similar to what Councillor Loy was asking, when we look at the demographics, do we know what percentage of our population each of these demographics makes up? And the reason I ask that is because, as we can see, the two top demographics, the 18 to 24 and 25 to 34, were majorly in favor, but we can also see they also had some of the lowest percent of overall vote. So if we were to actually spread this information equally across the population, I'm curious as to what this would look like if we had equal representation on the overall vote from each demographic.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie, I do not believe that we can provide that level of breakdown based on the questions that were asked, because we did allow members of the population that were not residents or people who live outside the community to participate. It wasn't limited in that manner. We didn't break the questions down further to distinguish that. So this is all the information I believe we can provide at this time.
Sure. Thank you for that.
Any other questions of clarity? Councillor Mattis, go ahead.
Right, is it just questions of clarity?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I'll wait, thank you.
Yes. If we can keep our comments and kind of quasi-debate comments to when we actually accept the motion. Okay. I have a question of clarity and understanding. I'm looking at the response rate of 482 respondents, and you said that there was also people that were not in the community, so only 424 people that participated in the survey were from Stony Plain residents, were from, what percentage of the voting population is that?
Your Worship, can you clarify the question again, please?
Based on the report, there was 482 people that participated in the survey. 424 respondents were residents of Stony Plain. What percentage of the voting population is that?
Your worship, I'm not sure I can answer that at this point in time.
I would hazard a guess that's about 3.5%
2.3%.
of the population or voting, or the 18 and over.
Oh, sorry, I have 8.
Yes, because the plebiscite would go to 18 and over, and nobody usually under 18.
Oh, yes, I don't know what that, so voting population is how much?
I'm guessing between 3.5% to 4%.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions of clear understanding? Okay, see none, let's entertain a motion to get this on the floor. Councillor Laurie, please. Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move that Town Council 1, accept the video lotteries, terminals, VLTs report for information, and 2, direct administration to take the necessary steps to reinstating video lottery terminals, VLTs in the town of Stony Plain.
Okay. Thank you very much. And that is accepted. Members of council, now we can open up for comments, debate, and whatever else you guys want to talk about now. Councillor Matties, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to just share a little bit. I spoke with the mayor of Rocky Mountain House, Mayor Tammy Burke, and she was very supportive of VLTs in the community. She says, you have to remember that the VLTs are what support the grant system. So when we're looking for a grant from the provincial government, that's where the funds come from, number one. Number two, businesses that have VLTs, there is a significant impact on the bottom line. And I know that my husband was in lending years past, and he was able to review the income statements of financial institutions. So I asked him, I said, well, how would they do? How would a business do with VLTs? And he said, surprisingly, he says, I was very surprised that it does help. It helps them a lot. We have businesses in our community that are struggling with COVID-19, with the impact of that, with the oil and gas area, and this would give them a leg up. This would help to not only just on the video lottery aspect of it, but also on the food and the beverage that people have when they are in their establishments. I also recall having our CMP Inspector Loken speak, and he said, I didn't really have a comment in terms of the impact in our community, but he did say that VLTs are everywhere in Alberta, and that if you don't have them here, they're just going to go next door. They're just going to drive next door. The points that were made in Rocky Mountain House were that people vote, people decide on this issue based on their use or their not their use. And in years past, we could have, controlled, say, behaviors because maybe people didn't have the same ability to drive next door to where the VLTs were. But today, they can go online and gamble. They can go next door to Spruce Grove where they are there. And I think that we have to consider our businesses in our community and also the representation of the community in terms of being interested in having VLTs here.
Thank you for your comments. Councillor Matties, any other questions? Councillor Bennett, go ahead.
You aren't asking questions right now. You've opened it up for debate.
Yes.
Is that clear? Okay. I was really quite surprised at this survey and the answers that were provided, mostly because in 20 years, I would have thought that our residents and our businesses would have changed their minds, and there would have been more of a discrepancy between those in favor and those not in favor. I kind of remember when we had the plebiscite, I think it was a very close call. And it's still a very close call. I mean, out of 66 business owners, only 30%, only 30 were in favor of VLTs. So 36 were not. I would have thought with new businesses coming in, they would have, there would have been more of a discrepancy. So I'm not going to speak to the business people or the, I'm going to speak to the people who frequent. These VLTs are usually located in bars and in restaurants, I believe. I know that sometimes when I go to a restaurant in Spruce Grove that has one, or several, if you're seated next to that machine, your whole conversation is interrupted constantly by the noise of the VLTs. And so I agree that people who want to use VLTs can go to Spruce Grove. They can go to some of the other local communities that were listed. But what about the residents who want to go to restaurants and not hear that ding, ding, ding throughout their meal? Where are they represented here? I think that our residents vote with their ability to go to whatever location they want to go to. Personally, I would rather come here to Stony Plain and eat, mostly because we don't have VLTs here interrupting conversation and making a noise during my lunch or my dinner. And so that is why I think that our community votes not in favor of VLTs by eating here. And I think that the people in Spruce Grove who do not want to be bothered by those machines come here to eat. So in my opinion, you know, we've had this bylaw in effect for over 20 years. It gets looked at every few years, and there has been no point where we've had an overwhelming desire to include VLTs into our businesses. I don't think I can support this motion.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions, debate? Councillor Loy, go ahead, Councillor Loy.
Yes, and I do apologize, Mr. Mayor, the clarity was on the slide that I asked of the general manager, and then I got into the debate, so I was out of step there. There's one thing that I want to mention, and after 17 years in real estate, I never had one person, pro or con, you know, that says I'm not moving here or I am moving here around the VLTs. It's never, ever, ever been brought up. So I'm not so sure why we're resurrecting it now. That'd probably be my final comment. I can't support it either, Your Worship. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple of statements and a couple of comments that I have in regards to this. I mean, we've heard, you know, gambling is available in our community, and it's available in many forms. As simple as going online. You can go to the local gas station. You can go 5 minutes down the road to Spruce Grove. You can also support local clubs and charities through 50/50s and raffles. We also did see in the presentation, it gave the option of business owners, but it didn't state whether those business owners would or would not be allowed VLTs in their establishment. Some business owners may be against VLTs in the community because they may feel it may draw patrons away from their business, not necessarily to their business. As I also heard, we don't necessarily have residents who are asking us for VLTs, but traditionally VLTs are located in lots of hotels. And hotels use that as a source of income and a source of entertainment for the people and the patrons of those hotels. So again, when we want to attract visitors to our community, having those in there would be probably a pretty good idea. The challenge that I'm having with this, though, is although I do feel that there's significant benefit with this, although I do feel that government should get out of the way of business on something like this and allow VLTs in the community, is we're in the middle of a very sensitive time in our socioeconomic climate. And from an economic standpoint, I think there is a very strong case for VLTs to be in our community and for government to get out of the way of the business and allow the business to make the choice whether they do or do not want that in their establishment and what that means for them and what those ramifications are. But from a social standpoint, I think it's the wrong time for us to be considering putting these back into our community because we are in the middle of a global pandemic, we're in the middle of a giant recession, and unfortunately, in these challenging times, many people turn to addictions and vices that can have some significant negative social consequences. This process began back in September of 2019 when COVID-19 was not an issue in our community, when COVID-19 was not a challenge that we were facing and not something that had to be considered in this. And although the information in front of us is 50-50 one way or another, again, I think you have to balance who does this impact more? Does this impact the average resident who, if they choose not to play a VLT, does not play a VLT? Or does this impact a business more who could have VLTs in their establishment, helping them to gain, I believe it's 15% of the income generated by that VLT, and also help the provincial government gain more money for grants and lotteries funding. But with that, Your Worship, I'm not usually in favor of dragging things out. However, I would like to put a motion on the floor that we postpone the decision on the video lottery terminals until November of 2021 due to the current COVID-19 pandemic and the socioeconomic climate we are dealing with.
Okay, so Deputy Mayor, you had the motion on the floor to direct this, so you would like to postpone this?
I would, Your Worship, yes.
Okay. Till November of 2021?
Yes.
Okay, I'll accept that. So members of council, the debate around is the motion that is going to defer video lottery terminals till November of 2021. So that'll be brought back in November 2021. Councilor Manning, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. My comment related to this amendment, even though it is supportive of still considering it, I question how long it would take even to go through the process of the provincial government approving us to continue with this, and I think it's quite a period of time. So if administration could advise on that?
Okay, thank you. Maybe administration has talked to another municipality that has just recently added VLTs to the community. I think in the background report, there was only 9 municipalities in Alberta out of over 600 municipalities that do not allow VLTs in the community. One of them has reinstated them. Is there a time frame for that when that gets done?
Your Worship, we don't have any immediate timeframes. We would have to investigate that with the AHGC and the Ministry of Finance. That's not something we had requested at this point in time or have direct information on, but we can certainly find that out and return that to you.
Okay, so no time frame, Councillor Matties.
No, it takes quite some time to do that. So this is not something that would come, in effect, early, but maybe potentially 1 year from now, we could see that. I just also wanted to comment on that it's not likely restaurants where you will see VLTs. You'll generally see it, as Deputy Mayor Laurie mentioned, that it would be in hotels. We would be attracting people to our community. It might be in a bar or a lounge. There are certainly restaurants with lounges that have told us, that, or one that I know of, has told us that would not be interested because it doesn't suit their clientele. So the business owners decide. I know that in the past, government thought we should be involved in the social aspects of our society, but the social aspects of our society are taken care of through foundations and families and things like that. I mean, how can we don't decide on alcohol, we don't decide on cannabis, we don't decide on this either. It's basically let people decide, let people come to our communities, let businesses decide. I think that going back to Councillor Bennett's comment with regards to 50% are voting against it and has never changed, it's probably because over 50% don't even use VLTs. And so they're not interested in it. And honestly, I've never used a VLT in my life, but I know that other people do and they're interested in it. So I believe that we should support this. So I would like to see this not being postponed, but if that's my only option, then I would support that.
This is the deferral, so if it gets passed, then it gets deferred. If it does not, then we debate it tonight. Okay. Any other comments regarding the motion to defer till November of 2021? Councillor Meyer, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate the point that Councillor Laurie is making, but I would probably guess that in 2021 we'll probably be facing, and sorry, just to be sure, the remark is addressed through you. I imagine that we'll probably be facing similar socio-economic problems and a downturned economy in 2021. So I don't see a point in delaying this at this time.
Okay, any other comments? No. You know what? I will not support the motion as written. I'd like to have the debate now and then for council to decide. We already know that this global pandemic may be with us for a year, 2 years, 3 years, maybe for a month. We don't know that. So I think we, as good governors, debate this, and then so our residents and our business owners know which direction we're heading. I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, that's defeated, so we're back to the original motion by Councillor Laurie, our Deputy Mayor. Okay, any more comments, debates on this? Okay, seeing none, I'll provide you what I think and how I'm voting. I think I will vote in favor of this. I think, Councilor Bennett, you mentioned a few things about going to restaurants to eat and having the ding-ding beside you and such. The majority of restaurants do not fit the criteria to have them. They need to be separated, they need to be 18 and plus in those situations. So it's not just a general restaurant, for example. So there's a whole bunch of rules and regulations that businesses have to apply for and qualify before they're approved. So it's not going to be in every facility within the town of Stony Plain. We mentioned that out of the revenue from VLTs, 15% goes back to the business owner and 85% goes to the government. Will that increase gambling in the community? I don't know that. I don't think any of us know that. But as pointed out by the Deputy Mayor, we do have gambling in our community already. In terms of raffles, 50-50s, lottery tickets, everything that you can think of is already happening in our community. In today's world of technology, I can sit here and be gambling right now. So can you, and so can you, and so can whoever's watching at home. So for us as a community to hamper a segment that maybe would attract more business, maybe it would not, I don't think that's proper for us as a community now. So I think I will support the motion. If it goes through, great. Then administration will work with ALGC to figure out how it's done, and then everything else has to go by process. And if council looks at page 51 of 99 of our agenda package, there is 10 communities listed on there that do not have video lottery terminals in their communities. One of them has already added it, the town of Rocky Mountain House. That leaves 9 out of over 600 municipalities in Alberta. So are we the norm? Based on that, definitely not. We're a very small percentage. And we may be actually providing a barrier to our businesses to succeed and thrive in a global pandemic. But that's for smarter people than ourselves. It's for the business community to decide if they feel that it's warranted for their business, if that's the clientele they want. And it's also for our residents to decide if they want to stay here in the community or move out of the community to play VLTs, to go to the casino, and to gamble. That's also a choice. But I want the government to stay out of this, so we'll let the business owners and we'll let the residents decide. Okay. Councillor Laurie, Deputy Mayor, do you want to say anything before you close?
No, Your Worship, I think we've had enough on this.
Thank you. I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Okay. That is carried. Moving on to 9.2, the downtown redevelopment project update. Administration.
Your Worship, we'll just need a second to bring the presenters in. Your Worship, so I'll just going to introduce the item, and then we have a short presentation, and we're here to answer questions. I'm joined today by the Manager of Engineering and by the Project Manager from Associated Engineering to go through a presentation and answer some questions if they come up. Associated, as you know, is responsible for the design and the on-site construction supervision. The downtown project is an important project for the town, and this is our second update we provided this year. In January, we did mention to council that we had 2 concerns with the project, one being schedule and one being budget. Unfortunately, we faced challenges in both these areas this year, and today we have more information to provide to council. The importance of this project and the schedule delay that we're announcing tonight is we recognize the impact on the business community, and we're doing everything we can to mitigate the challenge we have going into next year and to minimize the construction schedule. I'll now pass it over to the Manager of Engineering for the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, General Manager. For the introduction, Your Worship and Council, I am here to give you a presentation and update on the downtown redevelopment. As the General Manager alluded to, there are some items to discuss that impact the project schedule and delivery for the 2020 season and into 2021. I'll be going over a brief overview of those topics and leaving it for Council to ask any questions they may have. So this is just a brief overview of the presentation that I'll be giving you guys. It's a overview and progress to date, and also an overview of the temporary turnaround. I'll be highlighting the 2020 challenges that this project has run into, as well as the unforeseen circumstances and financial implications, as well as highlighting the next steps and in both the project and needs of the town. So this first slide is just to highlight the overview of the project phasing. This is a slide that most everyone in council has seen, but this is just to highlight where the different phases along the project construction limits have been. As discussed at the November update, phase 4 was one of the more complex phases to be brought up with this project, having to close 2 intersections to facilitate construction. There were a number of things to consider with this phase of the project, including the installation of a roundabout at 51st Ave.
Excuse me a second, can you speak louder into the mic?
I apologize.
It doesn't seem like it's picking up.
Test?
Yes.
Okay. Apologies. I'll just restart at the beginning of the slide here. So the progress to date that the town and its contractor have reached to is, pardon me, I just got a little tripped up there. The contractor, Carmex, has informed the town that the final construction limits will be completed as prescribed in the contract, up to approximately the first red line on 50th Street, as noted, in and around the Perks entrance, just shy of the 50th Ave and 50th Street intersection. Everything up to that point will be completed as per the contract, with final paving being done as soon as tomorrow, weather dependent. The remainder of the open intersection will be temporarily paved, and traffic will be reopened to allow for business and residential use during the winter season up until the spring of 2021, where this intersection will be closed again and re-excavated for final construction. During the 2021 anticipated construction season, there will be an installation of a temporary turnaround, which will work exactly the same way as the one in 2020 did, just south of this location. This will allow businesses and residents to be able to utilize the paved location to access businesses within this area during the final run of construction in 2021. These next few slides are just to highlight some of the challenges that were encountered during this project, just for council's benefit. So what the first and most obvious one is COVID-19. Many things were affected by this pandemic. Sadly, the project was not spared either. During the early stages of the pandemic and in the spring and early summer, the contractor informed the town that there was a possible positive test amongst its crew members. This involved the majority, if not all, the contractors' crews having to self-isolate, including some town staff. Luckily, the test did come back negative, but the delay was still felt throughout the project. For 7 days, I apologize. Additionally, in June, the project was hit with a number of rain days. As many know, rain does not just affect the single day that it rains, it also affects the subsequent days, depending on the intensity of the rain, that may involve cleaning up the water, drying up, or waiting for other crews to remobilize back to site. So the cumulative effect is estimated to be 18 days from the rain delays. Additional 2020 challenges, such as these unforeseen unforeseen issues. I won't go through these individually, but some of highlighted special interest will include the tunnel that was discovered under the downtown roadway this summer, as well as several utility conflicts that were only discovered as we excavated them. Additionally, most recently, conflicts with ACO Gas and TELUS were the major implications with the 50th Ave intersection, where the town and its contractor and consultant are coordinating closely with ACO and TELUS to resolve this issue as quickly as possible, so that the contractor can restart their work and complete the project in 2021. Most recently, also, it was discovered that there were several foreign objects inside the 50th Ave intersection, including a sideways utility pole and several boulders, which are currently being removed. In addition to the schedule impacts that all these delays have had, there are also financial implications. This includes making special note that the project contingency from the beginning of 2020 was very tight. Approximately $380,000 was allocated for contingency on this project. These unforeseen delays have affected and depleted that contingency. With these delays and other costs, the town now requires an additional $570,000 to complete the project as tendered. The next steps in the project are to complete the paving of up to the current project limits and do temporary paving into the 50th Ave intersection as previously discussed, which will be re-excavated in 2021 to complete the work. Additionally, in the schedule, the town, as previously stated, we are working closely with ATCO and TELUS for a plan that will minimize further delays on the project. That said, ATCO and TELUS are private utility corporations, so while they have assured us that this is something that they're going to work closely with us on, we are going to keep up with them and ensure that we don't lose any time on this project for that reason. Before council tonight is a council motion to accept the downtown redevelopment project update for information and approve the additional $570,000 for the Phase 4 budget. And this concludes my presentation, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Any questions for clear understanding of that presentation? Councillor Bennett, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't really have a question for the presenter. I have a question for administration.
Sure, and he is administration.
Yeah, he is. So my question is the 570,000 that will be, as indicated, from MSI. What projects will that delay if we use the MSI money for this project?
Your Worship, I can answer that question, I believe, and I'll ask the General Manager of Corporate Services to help me if I need it, but I believe the corporate plan that's being presented next week has already taken this into account, so there's no projects being impacted. The impact is already built into the plan, which is coming to you next Monday.
I didn't get that.
Okay.
Your Worship, can you hear me now?
Yes.
The corporate plan, which is being presented next Monday, has taken the $570,000 into account, so no projects are being impacted negatively. The plan has been prepared based on this additional money being required to finish the downtown project.
Thank you.
Good. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to administration. Just a couple of questions. You mentioned that, 18 days due to rain. Understandably, every construction season has rain days. We also hear 37 days due to unforeseen circumstance, which I would challenge that and say it's probably 44 because I don't think anybody saw COVID coming. But regardless, I recall from previous reports in previous years, unforeseen circumstances appeared in every single report. So we should be able to foresee some of the unforeseen. We might not know what it is, but we should know that there will be some delays. So my question is, we saw 44 and 18 days delayed, but what did the project have budgeted for delayed days? We know in Alberta and in anywhere in construction season there are going to be delays. And so I'm just curious as to how much above what was essentially scheduled or budgeted in the project are we?
Good. That's a good question.
Your Worship, the Councillor Laurie, just a point of clarification. You're asking about, is there two questions there about how we schedule float in the project, or what the total number of days that was delayed, or is it?
So the question is, rain days exist. So I would have anticipated that at the beginning of this project, when the schedule was being developed, there would have been an allowance for a certain number of rain days. I'm also saying that given the scope of this project and what we learned from the prior phases, I would have expected that we would have put some days in the schedule for, quote, unforeseen circumstances. I'm asking how many days were originally scheduled as potential rain days and potential unforeseen circumstance days, so that I have a good understanding based on the information presented tonight, how many days we are actually beyond what was initially scheduled.
Through your Worship, to Councillor Laurie, thank you for the question. I don't know the exact number of float days that were in the schedule initially from Phase 4. Perhaps the member from Associate Engineering can help me out with that number. I don't know if Diego can recall the number that we may have had built into that.
Yeah, good evening, Your Worship and members of council. Great to be here again. Yeah, when contractors put their schedules together, they don't really anticipate or put much buffer with respect to rain delays and unexpecteds. Unexpected circumstances are what they are, and the ones that we're dealing with on this particular project could never really be forecasted in a schedule. When the administration and associated engineering take a look at the overall scope of work, we have a general idea of whether or not that project could be potentially executed in a year or an ambitious year. In this case, it was certainly an ambitious year to start with at the onset of this project.
Your Worship, if I can just add to that. For rain days and through the councillors' questions, they are good points. There is always rain days. There is always certain delays that can be expected. The number of rain days that can arise on a project can be as little as a few and as much as the entire season. These are conversations that we have with the contractor about making sure that there is enough float in the project as it's referred to when we're getting these schedules from them. Had it been just one of these individual issues, the project schedule probably could have been maintained. However, it's a cumulative effect with these unknowns, especially when you consider the cumulative effect of each one of these delays, say the tunnel, for example, that you have to stop, investigate, start up again. You go for a little bit, and then you have to stop again because you run into another utility conflict. And you lose some project inertia in completing the project. I don't know if this further elaborates on the councillor's inquiry. I hope that can provide some additional context to the answer.
Councillor Laurie, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the answer. And I just wanted to follow up and respond to that. I'm actually somewhat disappointed in some of what I've heard, because if anything, we have learned over the course of this project to expect the unexpected. We have had everything from, in this phase, tunnels into an old bank, to previous filled oil containers that had to be remediated from other construction sites that played in roles, other construction going on. We've known this. I'm not going to lie, this is the same story now for 3 years that we have heard on this project. This is nothing new to this council. And I am disappointed that it doesn't seem that we learned our lessons from the previous 2 years. And I would maybe agree with the term that this was ambitious, but maybe that should have been considered when this plan was put forward. That, you know, last year, prior to this year, we dealt with significantly more rainfall than we did this year. Significantly more. We had 2 1 in 200 year events essentially in that year. So, you know, I can understand that, you know, it's very hard to predict, and I don't think I'm asking for anybody to predict the future, but I am asking that, especially moving forward, we look at some realistic expectations when you're unearthing areas that we know do not have accurate as-built, and when we are going to deal with things like weather and unforeseens that we know will happen. I'm very concerned with the time this project has taken, though I don't necessarily know what could be done to speed it up at this point. I think realistic expectations are more so what our public expects, and so I'm certainly hopeful going forward as we move into next year, which is supposed to be the final year of this project, that we don't set more unrealistic expectations as to when we can expect this project to be fully completed.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any comments? Councillor Pletchko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Through to administration. When I look at the challenges and the unforeseens, I can appreciate some of that, but when I read into this, I'm wondering if some of these additional charges are related to conflicts with ATCO and TELUS, and at what cost was that to the town, and what cost can we recoup through that? You know, when I see that, it looks to me that ATCO Gas and TELUS actually held up part of the project, which I suspect was part of the contract that we have with CarMax, is to do things on a timely line with probably penalties in it. So I struggle with some of the stuff that I see when I see another $500,000 needed for a project. Again, I think to myself, as a contractor myself, this is probably something that we as a town should be able to read into. The engineering firm that we have doing this all should be able to read into some of this stuff and mitigate to the least amount costs. So if there's $500,000 that were out today, I suspect it was probably closer to $1 million while you tried to find some reason to keep the costs in line. How do we stop this going forward to the next and final phase of what we've got going when we continue to see this, as Councillor Laurie, Deputy Mayor said, for the past 3 years?
Your Worship, I'll, through you to Councillor Pletchko, I'll address that. So, you know, I think there has been some learning on this project. When we're dealing with the utility companies, there are challenges there, but they are entities of their own, and they work to their own schedules, and they don't report to anybody. So we do have challenges, and you've seen challenges on the highway project with utility companies. There's not a project that I've been involved with in my career that does not have utility challenges. So you know, that being said, the town is learning how to work through some of these processes. We are working with our engineering consultants who advise us on all these matters, and we're doing the best we can, recognizing that it's a very complex project, and at this time, all we can do is say that the scope of the work for next year is in a fairly tight area, and once those utilities are out of the way, we can get in there and finish the job. And I mean, that's all we can say at this time.
So follow up to that question. So are we anticipating in the final year another $500,000? Is there reason to believe, which I think the clear path has been, that there's each year an additional charge that we're needing? What is that, and has that been added into the corporate plan coming up?
So, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Pletchko. So to be clear, there's never been an additional ask yet. So we've not asked for more money every year. That's not the facts as I know them. The contingency has been expended on this project. That's the facts that we're presenting tonight. We had a small contingency right up front, and we brought that forward as a concern. 7% was the overall contingency on all 3 phases. That has been depleted, unfortunately, at this time. So the ask tonight and the recommendation is for the $570,000. That's our recommendation, that is the money needed to finish the project.
Okay. Councillor Meyer?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to administration. Just curious on the comment here of a 6% contingency budget. Correct me, but I thought it was from past projects that like 10% or 15% was the standard. So I'd just be kind of curious why we went low this time.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Mayor. In part, why the contingency is so much lower on this phase is that the construction costs came in higher than our anticipated budget. So we did a lot for a larger contingency. However, at the project onset, the contingency was lower.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Matthews.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question, I know that due to storm delays, I believe that was primarily the issue, that we pushed the project, or I guess tried to expedite the time frame by putting you know, basically, you know, building the project bigger over this year, right? So my question for you is, if we would have stayed with the original plan, the original schedule, would you have been able to have anticipated some of these, you know, I guess additional costs or issues if we would have stayed with the original plan as opposed to kind of trying to push it forward and get it done sooner, which we're ending up not doing anyway, right? So just for future learnings, I guess.
Your Worship, through the councillor, I'll elaborate. Maybe if the general manager wishes to add anything, I'll maybe pass it over to him. your point that if we could have divvied this up in a different way, maybe we could have anticipated other problems. There's certainly some, there's, the benefit of hindsight is if we knew what we know now, perhaps we could have investigated it more deeply. We could have done some additional hydrovacking, some more preliminary detailed excavations to find these things. Part of these is, as the town learns and grows and does these projects and develops more lessons learned about just what exactly it means to build in Stony Plain. Those are lessons that we can take forward to future projects. That's not a great answer for doing this project right now. But as we take on more similar complexity projects in the future and future corporate plans, these are lessons that we want to take forward and make sure that we're bringing council strong project plans that we reasonably feel that we can finish on time and within budget. And this is one of those circumstances where, again, we've run into so many things that even there's nothing to say that even had we done the exhaustive hydrovacking that we would have found, say, for example, that tunnel. There's not to say we still would have found that ahead of time, even with the investment of extra money and investigations at the ahead of time. It's as broad as it is long, so to speak.
Any other questions? Comments? Okay, thank you for the presentation. And I do understand, projects do come and there are some delays in every project, and we understand that. This is a 4-year phased out project, and we knew that there will be unforeseen circumstances after we've seen what happened in phase 2. That's why at 2 corporate planning meetings ago, Council changed the scope of the project. So instead of making phase 3 the largest phase, we made phase 4 the largest phase, giving staff and our engineers ample time to make sure that there is none of these unforeseen circumstances of conflicts with ATCO and TELUS. Conflicts between sanitary services and storm main, waterline isolation. I can accept that CarMax closed early because of the weather, no problem. They were scheduled till November 19th, 19 days, no problem. And I would have to concur with Deputy Mayor Laurie. It says 17 days of delay. We know that we have rain in Alberta, so how many days above what you anticipated? Was it 18 days above what you anticipated? Because if you just said there's 18 days of rain, then there has to be at least 5, 6, maybe 10 days that you've had predicted that there would be rain delays. 7 days of COVID, I give you that. We didn't know what's going to happen. I'm glad that everybody's safe. Right? The disposal, so those things that as a council, we decided 2 corporate plans ago to change the phasing. So instead of having phase 3 to be the biggest phase because of the unforeseen circumstances in phase 2, should have gave this phase 4 an easy ride because you guys would have had all those things taken care of. My question is, why were they not taken care of prior? Because we tendered phase 3 and 4 at the same time.
Your Worship, to answer that question, I'll start it off and I'll ask our friend from Associated Engineering to help me out on some of the details. Those are good questions. I think this is a complicated project. There were some utilities which were not found in a timely manner. However, I do think that this project was overly ambitious to complete in 1 year. If you were to survey the contractor and the people working on the project, even the construction end date of November 19th was ambitious, I guess is the way I would say it. So the town in the last year has taken it upon themselves to give it the college try, I'll say. It turned out that schedule was overly ambitious. It was more work than the contractor could do in a year, even with modest rain delays and modest unforeseens. Unfortunately, it's pushed even beyond what that might be expected, modest, into something higher than modest. But, you know, I do think that we're learning on these types of projects. You know, we do have several more complicated projects in the queue, and so we're going to be analyzing the schedules a little closer. I would ask that Diego possibly speak to some of the issues that the engineering side that he's experienced, or some of the concerns that may have been brought up by your worship.
Thank you, administration, your worship. Yeah, so this phase 4 certainly has had a multitude of issues, and you know, we definitely carry forward what we learned from various projects, various phases into future phases, no doubt. You know, looking at the list of the unforeseens and so forth, you know, with the list ahead of us or right in front of us, we can certainly, or we might think that, you know, geez, we should have done this, we should have done this to, you know, to identify this. But the reality of it is that, you know, we ran into structural issues with the foundation. That really derailed things a bit. You know, when we're excavating along the travel agencies here, we run into a hole in the foundation. You know, a little bit further investigation into that, you know, into that issue. Sorry, just breathing into this mask here. Into that issue, you know, there was a structural wall inside, which led us further to believe that that building could be compromised through construction. So pretty much bringing that contractor to a halt, simply because we just weren't sure what the impacts of construction would be on the structural integrity of that building. Those types of issues are unusual. In addition, you know, running into tunnels, that's my first. I've never run into a tunnel in any downtown project. And, you know, at the onset of it, you know, from an engineering perspective, that can pose some serious issues if we're looking at washouts or sinkholes. So stuff like that needs to be investigated thoroughly. Again, that's a first for myself. Utility conflicts, well, yes, we do run into utility conflicts, and we try to mitigate those by doing some hydrovac and exposing of these utilities in anticipation. But we also try to work with the utility to identify, along with our design, to see if there's any issues that can be, you know, pointed out at the start. And Associated and the administration did exactly that. We reach out to all the individual utility companies, and you know, we give them copies of our design, and we work with them to identify if there are any potential issues. We get information back for them, and we rely on their record information so that we can decide what the next steps are. If there's a potential for a conflict, we definitely investigate. But if there is no indication from a utility company that potentially there is an issue, there's no need to spend the town's money to go and further investigate for what may not be an issue. So there is a little bit of background effort on the administration and AE's part with that, but it doesn't always pan out the way we wanted to. The water line there, the issue there at the intersection, that was significantly challenging. We have a 400 mil water line, which in diameter, that poses a challenge just connecting to the water line itself. It's asbestos concrete, which is brittle in nature to start with. And what the record drawings indicated, even if they were remotely close to what we were expecting on site, it wouldn't have resulted in the challenge that we saw. At the very intersection, what we were hoping to connect to in terms of the water line was basically 2 plugs and valves, which would have made life somewhat easy. The biggest issue is that we weren't able to isolate that line. There weren't any valves where they said they were meant to be. And we also had a valve and a plug very close to the cross at the intersection. So what that meant is that infrastructure was under a lot of pressure that we weren't able to reduce, and we weren't even able to excavate around that area. That posed a major safety issue. If we took the overburden of that on the pressure on that line off, it could have blew completely off. Being a major supply line, that would have been a critical issue for the town. So that in itself was a major issue. And the other component to that is because we weren't able to isolate the line, other services that were connected to that with fire suppression, that was a big concern as well. We just can't shut off a line and and hope and connect temporary water to areas that need fire suppression. So it doesn't work quite that easy. This particular issue, sorry with the mask, this particular issue really was cumulative. It was iterative in nature. We needed to do investigative to find, what we were actually dealing with to be able to, prepare a proper design to make that issue work. So I guess, in all respect, like, although we think that we were able to mitigate these issues in anticipation of this project, these are a lot of like truly unexpected circumstances that, either one, were first for us, or two, just needed to be treated in a certain manner to get through. So hope that answers your questions.
Thank you. Any other comments from administration for the presentation? Okay, I have another question. Based on the report here, it says it will take a total of 124 days to complete the work in 2021. The expected completion date is the end of September of 2021. So what day are you guys going to start?
Your Worship, I'll field that one if the member from Associate Engineering wants to add to what I say. As soon as we can coordinate the time with ATCO, that's hoped to be in late April, early May. I cannot give an exact date, as there are several major concerns. But the two most upfront are the frost in the ground would had to start or have been starting to get out of the ground in order for excavations to occur. There's also just the coordination with outside utility corporations that don't work for the town, so we need to make sure that they're coordinated with us as much as possible, which is something that we're steadfast at trying to ensure that there's no time lost on that. So as for a firm date, I cannot comment on that. However, that's the anticipated window, if it were that we are aiming for. And if the member from Associated would like to maybe clarify my comment or add anything to it.
Yeah, in conversations with the utility, we are trying to get a commitment from them to get in as early as possible. So construction from the town's infrastructure, really, it's only practical to get in there once the frost is in the ground, although CarMax is committed to get in there earlier if they are able. In our discussions with the utility, they're hoping for an early April, May start, which is the window where CarMax just wouldn't be able to work unless we have a very early thaw in the spring. CarMax is fully committed to working with the utility, giving them the space that they need to do their work efficiently, and then for CarMax to be able to get in immediately thereafter and continue on with the remaining infrastructure.
Okay. Thank you. No more hands up, so I have another question. So based on the projections, I've taken 124 days to complete the rest of the phase 4. I'm going to go back to the Deputy Mayor's question. How many of those days have you factored in for rain and unforeseen circumstances?
Your Worship, again, I'll take the opening with that one, and if Associated would like to add to it. This is the schedule that the contractor has provided. This is something that they have said that they feel that they can meet. Off the top of my head, I don't have the exact amount of float days that are built into that schedule with me right now, and maybe Associated can clarify that for council.
Yeah, thank you there. Your Worship, yes, we're not entirely know the exact amount of days that are floated in the current schedule. What we do know is that the remaining work left where the risk is quite high, which is the installation of the utility, is almost complete. we've made a point to go through and do some further investigation to make sure that the remainder of the storm sewer, which is what's remaining for the installation, will be, I guess, obstacle-free, if you will, so that we can make the connection downstream. Once those utilities are backfilled in, we're just dealing with surface works. And so the risk level goes down significantly in that respect. So again, I'm not sure exactly the number of days that we're expecting for weather and so forth, but as mentioned by the administration, we've been working with the contractor to provide a schedule and a realistic schedule for completion.
Thank you. Any more questions of clarity and understanding? Okay, see none. Thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you for providing the update of what's happening on phase 4 of the downtown redevelopment construction project.
Welcome.
Moving on, Councillor Bennett, I need you to make the motion, please.
I move acceptance, the town council accept the downtown redevelopment project update for information and approve an additional $570,000 to the Phase 4 budget to be funded from MSI Capital.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Members of council, the floor is open. Any questions, comments regarding that motion? Go ahead, Councillor Matties.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have one question. What is the total cost now of the project? Is it the 15.114 million plus 570,000? Is that the total that we're looking at?
Your Worship, the total project cost is now $15,684,460.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. I have a question for administrative staff. Once we have accepted this for information, typically there has been a couple of dialogue sessions with the downtown business owners to provide an update. Has that date been set yet?
Your Worship, we have a update prepped to go out tomorrow. We're working with our communication staff after we wanted to make sure that council saw the update, saw this presentation first.
Okay.
Your Worship, I'll supplement there. So as well, our economic development department is scheduling in-person or virtual or however the engagement is nowadays, sessions with the business owners as per, we were waiting to have this presentation first.
Okay. Thank you. And then my next question is, there's a lot of questions that council has. Again, I'm guessing that you guys will be doing a lot of work over the winter to formalize the construction timelines with AGCO and TELUS. Can administration provide us another report, an update in March of where we're at with the project and what the timeframes are? You guys should be able to narrow it down at that time.
Your Worship, administration can certainly provide an update in March, yes.
Okay. So we don't need a motion for that? That is just understood? Okay, I see no more hands up. I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Thank you. That's carried. Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you. Moving on to 9.3 is the strategic plan and corporate plan update for Q3. Administration, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Maybe just wait a second for the last delegation to make its way out. A couple things, Your Worship, to talk about this evening. I have a few comments I'm going to make, more of a broader scope, and then our General Manager of Strategic Services will walk us quickly through an update, and then we can certainly answer any questions council may have. I did circulate this, but I did want to just make a few comments. So the last couple of, or certainly I think this is the second time that, I will try to provide some framing of my perspective on sort of the broad stroke of where we're at, and a bit of commentary leading into the next quarter. So, at the risk of being a broken record, going to talk a little bit about COVID-19. It's affected us again this evening directly, and does require us to make some, not necessarily changes, but certainly kick into gear on some of our communication side. So, the other thing I wanted to note on the external side for COVID-19, our town staff have been in contact, numerous user groups, stakeholders, as the relaunch continues. Your Worship, I'm sure Council has been made aware, Council is well aware that as the relaunch has come and been put out there, so to speak, in Q3 and moving again into the fourth quarter, whether it's business owners or stakeholders, user groups. I just had a comment about downtown. How are we going to conduct our public dialogue with the downtown businesses moving forward? We've been doing a lot of that. All levels of staff have been involved with that. We're continuing to interpret the GOA directions, aligning with regional partners, and attempting to satisfy community needs. There's a lot of information going back and forth, a lot of different perspectives on reopening buildings and facilities and so on. And I think everybody in the community is starting to get a sense of that, get a handle of that, get some understanding and shared knowledge as to how the best way to go about doing that. But we have spent a fair amount of time in the last quarter with that engagement, and I would expect us to be spending quite a bit more moving forward as well. Through the third quarter as it relates to COVID, Council is aware, but I'll just mention it again. Some of the financial aspects has become clear for us, both in terms of our own operating, starting to get a better handle on where we're at and what's changed and what hasn't changed and so on. We've got more work on that coming forward. You'll see some more in the corporate plan presentations in the next week. We received both capital and operating funding from our friends over at the federal and provincial governments that we've been trying to work into our systems and strategy and tactics, and I would expect to continue to do that over the course of the next quarter. There was two things that I did think were important enough related to COVID that I did want to mention to Council this evening that we know, administratively, but I think as well Council needs to bear in mind moving forward. The first one that I think needs to have some comment at different points in time at the Council level and administration as community leaders is to openly address the widening gap in polarization regarding response measures. I know Council follows the news, talks to a lot of people, and spends time on the internet, seeing what's going on around us. It seems as though a bit of commentary, but as things have progressed, that polarization of the response is becoming more clear. And I don't want to get into direct commentary on that necessarily, but the notion that for some people there's any regulation by the provincial government or the federal government or the municipal government is too much, and there's people out there that believe that we should try to be driving case numbers down to zero, and they can be quite adamant and very pointed about their opinions on that. That sort of polarized dialogue doesn't help anybody, doesn't really move us forward at all. So, I do think, as we go forward together through all of this, it's something that's incumbent upon all of us to, not refute people's ideas or thoughts, but to try to shape people towards a center where we can agree that, this is something that has to be dealt with, and people are taking the steps they believe that the science and the balance of the science and the economy can do for us. And secondly, and I know that Council has made mention of this before, It's certainly something that's important within the organization and within the community, is just, the ongoing mental health impacts of, what has been a fairly stressful time for individuals, for communities. Those of us in leadership positions that are fortunate to be elected or appointed to community leadership positions need to not shirk that. I believe the mayor was doing a little bit more on social media this afternoon, or will be shortly, with our local RCMP inspector, who I know was here not too long ago and spoke very pointedly about the stresses and the mental health aspects. And I think those are two fundamental things that, as community leaders, we need to continue to do our job and help lead our community. The other two items I wanted to talk just a little bit about on the broader stroke on strategy and where we're at. They kind of lump in. I'll move it a little. I'll try to move a little quicker on these two, Your Worship. But it's essentially a community development focus and a development planning focus. So what I mean by community planning focus, for as an organization, and we've done a fair amount of it, but we have had to spend a fair amount of reactive time over the course of the last 3 to 6 months. And as we get a handle on everything, as we have gotten a handle on everything over the last quarter, we've started to really reach out and re-engage with some of our community groups and stakeholders, as we would in normal times, so to speak. And I believe that needs to continue moving forward over the course of the next quarter. And there's some specific things there that we'll be doing, but importantly, it's allowing us to change our focus from that reactionary stance to getting back to what we do, and what we do well is working with the community. Further to that, just again on the development planning focus, we had a bit of that conversation just now about, the planning of construction and development for 2021, and now is the time where a lot of those dialogues happen. Our past 2 quarters has certainly put some uncertainty into the market, into the economy around us. And so going forward over the course of the next couple months, I am looking, personally, but also as an organization, to again get in with our development industry, our commercial developers, our realtors, and we've been doing that to an extent and a degree. But now is the point where we need to continue to focus on that and really get back into some of those discussions and dialogues, and start talking about specific projects. I have a few on the document that was forwarded to you, but that's a big part of what I believe we need to be doing over the course of the next quarter, so Q4 going into the end of the year, and a little bit into Q1. Your Worship, again, in the essence of time, I'm going to stop there. I know that our General Manager has some quick updates that she can provide to Council, and then certainly we can answer any questions that Council may have on any of the strategic plan items.
Thank you, Town Manager and Mayor and Council. This evening, as mentioned, I will walk briskly and purposely through the updates for the strategic plan and the strategic initiatives in the corporate plan. If I can get this on, it's attached to my ear. It's like a little blanket, really, on your face. It makes me want to fall asleep. As I mentioned, I'm going to walk briskly and purposely through the strategic plan and the corporate plan updates. This is our quarterly opportunity to provide Council with an understanding of the progress that's being made on our strategic initiatives that were outlined earlier this year, as well as the corporate plan initiatives that are directly tied to the strategic plan, as outlined in that document. So as you're well aware, we have a number of key themes that are outlined in our strategic plan, commitments tied to those themes, and specific actions related to that. So I'll start with our governance and partnership theme, which speaks to how we engage with the community, utilize integrated decision-making, and align community priorities. The following key actions were advanced in the third quarter of 2020. The first item I'll highlight is the advancement of dialogue between administration and Alberta Transportation with regards to the transfer of care and control of Highway 779 and 628 in Stony Plain. This has been an ongoing progress that we have been continuing to make, and that topic did finally bubble to the surface in Q3 with Alberta Transportation. The second item I'll highlight is the Edmonton Metropolitan Board completed its broadband situation analysis, and the completion of this analysis clarifies broadband challenges and opportunities, as well as outlines recommendations for the next step for continued regional response for this critical infrastructure. Thirdly, a significant milestone was achieved in the redevelopment of Old Town South. The transfer of land from the town of Stony Plain to Parkland School Division was completed to advance the construction of the replacement school for Stony Plain Central. Next, administration and council continue to develop the fiscal sustainability framework with the recent approval of the debt management policy as well as the cash management and investments policy. Finally, in spite of some of the obvious challenges presented to us with COVID-19 for public participation, the town did conduct 3 key projects in this area. Face mask bylaw online survey, the video lottery terminal online survey, which we spoke about earlier this evening, as well as an applicant call for our council committees and boards. Moving into the economic development theme, which this section focuses on how we utilize economic development to create fiscal stability, balance commercial and residential growth, generate employment, and enhance community sustainability. And our commitments in this area were demonstrated as noted through the ongoing completion of the downtown redevelopment plan, and a detailed update was just provided to council prior to this agenda item. Next, I'll move into our supportive infrastructure theme, which features the value and emphasis that is placed on maintenance and innovation around recreation and cultural facilities, parks and open spaces, and our functional utilities. Our impacts and efforts in this section resulted in the following highlights. Council received a report from administration outlining the estimated scope, cost, and development opportunities associated with the proposed extension of South Park Drive, which would complete the road that wraps around Westview Health Centre. Additionally, the Transportation Master Plan update is currently underway with an anticipated completion in early 2021. And in support of the development of the town's asset management plan, a road condition assessment report was recently presented to council. Finally, I'll just note in this section a couple of projects that have been impacted by COVID-19, delays that have been tracked on the implementation of both the establishment of local transit, which has been shifted to the spring of 2021, and the construction of the municipal cemetery, which is moved into 2021 and 2022. The next theme of community development outlines the unique physical, cultural, and social ways we build community. The results and success in this section noted in this report are, I won't highlight the specifics, but we do have a number of programs and services in this theme that were adjusted, modified, and delivered throughout the pandemic that we experienced and we continue to live through. Finally, the last theme that is highlighted within our strategic plan is environmental responsibility, which outlines how we seek to balance the community's impact on the natural environment with growth and development needs. Our key actions in this section focused on the completion of a draft environmental master plan that was recently presented to council, with public participation planned to take place in the last quarter of 2020. Next, I'll just move into a brief update on the strategic initiatives that are outlined in the corporate plan currently. The downtown library expansion, which is anticipated to be completed in the first quarter of 2021. This has been a multi-year project that the town has identified to relocate our library into the downtown core in conjunction with a private residential development on the main street. The downtown redevelopment plan, which again, I won't speak to specifics as council just received an update on that project and made decisions related to that. The transportation master plan, which is currently underway, and as I mentioned, will anticipate completion in early 2021. The Community Recreation Center detailed design and tendering, which did receive an update to council, and the design work is proposed to be advanced in 2021 in preparation for construction following that completion of the design work. Transit implementation, which I did note did have an impacted delay, and as note, we have contributed to the commuter service, our share of the commuter service with Spruce Grove, and our local service establishment of transit will take place early in the spring of 2021. And finally, the Cultural Master Plan renewal. Council received a report in June and accepted the updated arts, we now title it the Arts, Heritage and Cultural Action Plan, which built on the establishment of the Cultural Master Plan and advanced the work of our cultural services area. They're a brisk walk through our strategic plan and strategic corporate plan initiatives, and I'd be happy to attempt to answer any questions for council this evening.
For the presentations and the update of what's happening in our community in terms of our council strategic plan. Members of council, any questions of clarity and understanding? Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one question for administration through you. Page 90 speaks to the downtown redevelopment phases, and I know we just spoke about this, and maybe it was a question that would have been better suited for then, but I'm going to ask it here. In this, it does note that the town is prepared to work in partnership with business community to alert customers and visitors that the downtown is open for business, with $20,000 in 2019 and 2020 allocated to support the downtown business community's marketing campaign. As we've just heard, it sounds like the construction is going to continue through a majority of 2021, and I'm concerned that in the presentation we just had and in this presentation we don't see any update about how the town is going to work with those businesses in order to provide them with the support they require while the construction of the remainder of this project's construction continues. So I'm just wondering if you can elaborate a little bit on that to give us a little bit of a surety that we will continue on that campaign and we do have dollars available to support them.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie, certainly we're making plans to support and continue the marketing efforts that we have had through the first number of phases of the downtown redevelopment, and our economic development unit will continue to support and augment the marketing efforts as we go through the additional phases. So I can assure you that those resources and support will be allocated through the completion of this project.
Thank you very much.
Okay, any other questions regarding the update? Okay. See, now, thank you very much for the update. It gives council kind of a refresher of what's happening and what we agreed to do almost a full year ago. And I will need a motion. Councillor Meyer.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council accept the Q3 2020 Strategic Plan and Corporate Plan Report for information.
Okay, thank you. I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay. Members of council, that ends our business items. Moving on to council information and council discussion. Anything that members of council would like to update council on before we call it the evening? We will start with Councilor Plechko.
Nothing this evening, thank you.
Councilor Meyer.
Just gotten one inquiry from a resident and with the mask mandate coming into effect, I guess, and our downtown update, I'm just, well, the resident was curious if we have any plans for the tree light up this year, and if so, if we know what that might look like.
Okay.
Your worship, through to Councillor Meyer, members of council, certainly staff are finalizing those details and we'll update council with a enhanced or different plan, because certainly with COVID-19 we can't do what we typically do. 1,500 people is a super spreader event, as they're calling these things these days. So we certainly have some restrictions that we have to keep in mind. We have heard comments that the downtown core does enjoy that event, and that's a busy night for them. So we're also trying to do some strategies that will encourage people to continue to shop locally and lessen the impact of not having that event in the community. We do anticipate, with what you've received tonight from an update, that our ability to get the tree in probably might be a week into December versus the last week of November this year.
Thank you.
Councillor Bennett?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last week, I was able to attend part of the Small Business Week that was sponsored partly by the town of Stony Plain and organized by our Greater Parkland Regional Chamber of Commerce. It was very informative, and they had some great keynotes. I was surprised at the caliber that they were able to include in this year's conference. So that was really interesting. And then, Mr. Mayor, I don't know how many members of council were able to see the CBC Our Edmonton segment. I didn't catch it until today. It was really well done. Adrian Lamb from CBC did an excellent job, and Stony Plain was featured a great deal in that whole program today with all of our murals. So kudos to our communications department that helped to arrange that, and a great deal of thanks to CBC for highlighting Stony Plain on their Our Edmonton program.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Councillor Loy?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and I'm glad that Councillor Myers brought that about the lighting up of the Christmas tree. We heard that the Legion and Remembrance Day is going to be really kaput, and its first night is also going to be basically off the books. And it's really discouraging for a lot of our business people downtown. But when you mention to them that it's really not our decision, that when the government comes along and says you cannot have people of more than 200, and now that's probably going to be drastically reduced down. I think once they hear a reasonable explanation, their level of anxiety does drop down significantly. So that's going to be my message, and I'm going to be taking it out there on the street to the people as much as I can, especially in our business section. So that's it for now, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Loy. Councillor Matties?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm excited on Wednesday to be joining our Economic Development Officer, Sean McCauley, meeting with the finalists for the Ambassador of Action Award. So excited to be doing that. And I just also wanted to mention, hats off to Judy and to Councillor Bennett and to yourself and to Greg Hanna, in that I was able to watch that video of each one as a story, and how people came together in the past to really solve problems in a community. And it was just excellent, really well done, and enjoyed watching it.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just two quick things with a mention of some of the events that obviously are going to be significantly different this year. I would suggest there's a great opportunity for the Mayor's Task Force to pick up where the social stream left off in ensuring we have ways that we can engage the community and make sure that they are able to celebrate these events in the different ways that we are able to. I think sometimes it's easy to focus on what we're not able to do, and that we really need to shift that thinking into what we are able to do and how we can bring our community together in these difficult times. I also just wanted to highlight one thing that the town manager had spoke about in the last item, about how polarized our community is becoming during this pandemic. And now more than ever, we need to try and come together, and we need to choose kind when we speak with each other, when we deal with each other. And we need to respect each other in our difference in opinions and our difference in beliefs and thoughts. So I just really want to ensure that we continue to bring that message to our community, that, you know, we are a community that prides ourselves on how together we are and what community truly means to us, and that there is no place for these type of polarizing actions that we see occurring on social media and out in the public with the way that some people are being treated in respect. So I just want to make sure that we keep that front of mind. So thank you very much, Your Worship.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And again, say our next meeting is November 2nd, 3rd, and 4th for corporate planning meetings. Again, they're designed for 3 hours to get an update and then for us to evaluate where we're going in terms of the strategic direction of our community. So I look forward to those. Those are usually my favorite nights because that's where we actually make the corporate plan ours. So I look forward to that. Again, on behalf of council and our residents, thank you, staff, for putting together the package. It's always well informative, well put together, and sometimes we like it and sometimes we don't, but we definitely appreciate the work that you guys do. With that, we are adjourned.